What's that, Mark?
Last corner, we went around and came back in over a bit.
Attention all modified sedan drivers, all modified sedan drivers. Briefing will take place at 5 o'clock, 5 p.m, which means you've only got a couple of minutes to get to the club room. All modified sedan drivers, 5 o'clock briefing in the club room, please. All drivers.
Australian Modified Production Sedan Championships, and we start off tonight with our grand parade. Leading them out are the three state champions. The first one, car 58 down there, Craig Williams, of course, from Tasmania. Then it's number 37, Greg Gartner from Mount Gambier, who holds the South Australian and Victorian Championships. Then Greg Walling, probably one of the prettiest cars here tonight, and he, of course, is the New South Wales champion. Coming around from there on, we'll try and pick the drivers as they come around. The number 14 car is Derek Dunn from Tasmania. Car 53 is Noel McGrath from Victoria. And we're going by roof numbers, by the way, not necessarily car numbers, they do differ. Number 7, Wayne McLaughlin from Tasmania. 77 is our own South Australian Dave Hellier. Car 5, Ricky Clark. 13, Ricky Clark, by the way, from Victoria. 13, John Calderwood from Victoria. 93, Ed Pearson from Queensland. Number 9, Terry Brown, South Australia. 64, another of the Walling cars, Bob Walling from New South Wales. Car 35, Neil Watson from Victoria. The 23 car, Shane Best from South Australia. The 63 car is Nick Dodding from Queensland. The 76 car, Ian Brims from Queensland. Car 56 is Graham Earhart from Queensland. Taking them down the outside now. Car 81, Neil Moss, another of the South Australians. Car 52 is Paul Soleil from Victoria. The 87 car, Sam Brumfield, South Australia. Car 57, Grant Bird, Victoria. Coming around behind him is the number 59 car of Wayne Millman. Behind Wayne Millman in the 48 car is Barry Yule, another of the Tasmanians. Car 8, Martin Rams from South Australia. The 28 car is, of course, David McEwen, David Grott McEwen. The 31 car, we know in South Australia is car 30, Darren Tahusky. Behind him in car 16 is Paul Briggs, all the way from Western Australia. Car 22, Jeff Blackburn from Queensland. And still they come. Car 3, Rod Brady, South Australia. 18, Mark Simons, South Australia. Car 46, Peter McCarthy from Victoria, Mildura in fact. Behind him, car 6, Bruce Rofe from South Australia, up in the Riverland. Then it's the 53 car, I thought we'd already seen him before, coming around. Noel McGrath from Victoria, give him another mention. A former Australian champion, Dave Redman, in car 4 from South Australia. The 21 car, Darren Cockerill from Victoria. 62, following him around, Mark Hunter Boyd from New South Wales. Then it's car 10, Martin Hawson from Victoria. The 88 car is Alan Balshaw, another of the South Australians. Car 43, Peter Mason in the Cortina. Car 34, Trevor Mills from Victoria. The 27 car, which has just come out of the pits, Greg Storer from Victoria. The 56 car is Graham Earhart, another from Queensland. I think we've just about got the lot. And most of the cars now returning to the pits. We took some, oh no, still they're coming out. And David Greening from upriver here in South Australia from Manham in the little red Escort. Wasn't at practice last night. Don't know why he couldn't make it, but a fairly potent little machine in recent times, that one. So the Grand Parade continuing. Yeah, good on you, Dave Greening. You made it, mate. Excellent. Coming around again, the 34 car of Trevor Mills from Victoria. And I think we've still got another one coming. And if I'm not, two more, is it? Thank you very much. Yes. Car 51, Phil Obst, another of the South Australians. Following him, 44, Jeremy McClure from New South Wales. And yes, still more. Some guys obviously having made some late last-minute adjustments to their cars. 47 from New South Wales, Paul Egan. In actual fact from the Australian Capital Territory, but the representing New South Wales. Well, what a fantastic field. Coming out. That will be followed by the National Anthem, and then we will get our program underway. Ladies and gentlemen, our officials. Gentlemen, boys and girls, we invite you to stand for the National Anthem. I can't see the number 6 car out there unless something's happened to my eyesight. Susan Quickly, I think, is also a scratching, number 61. I also cannot see the number 12 car of Ricky Goddard. Daniel Gilbertson is another I never picked up early. Tony Schencher's there.
There's 11 cars out on track. You mentioned 3 scratchings. I think you've got them.
I think we've got them. So scratch Number 6, Don Bowie, out of position 9. Scratch number 12, Ricky Gott, out of position 13. And scratch 61, Susan Quickly, out of position 14. Leading them away, Shane O'Shea in the number 5 car. The bit hard to tell, but I think the yellow lights are out. We're ready for a start. Race time, away we go. And a good even start of Brendan Kelly in the number 11 car. Nudges to the front, but going around the outside of him, Nigel Harvey. Now on the outside, Harvey gets a bit of extra run down the outside in the four-banger and puts the nose in front of Brendan Kelly as they complete lap one. Pole man Shane O'Shea is back in third place. Going around the outside of him is Jason Loveday in the 14 car, very wide, followed by Rodney Hogarth in the number 16 car. Flag behind him, we've got car 27, that's Corey Hodgson, making him dive around the outside in front of Aaron Jones in the 66 car. And back to car 37 out of Bay, he's followed by Tony Shetcher and Daniel Gilbertson at the tail of the field. Oh, problems there for Shane O'Shea. He's dropped back about 4 or 5 car lengths, but Nigel Harvey, after a good run at Wakery a fortnight ago on the clay up there, is really getting his act together. He performed exceedingly well up there, and he's continuing tonight where he left off down there. Shane O'Shea, further back in the field, has got big problems again. But up front, it's Nigel Harvey in the 44 car with a good lead over Brendan Kelly, and then a big gap. Then back to Rodney Hogarth, who's holding up a lot of traffic. Behind Hogarth is the 14 car of Jason Loveday. Behind Loveday, Graham Jeff in the number 9 car, Aaron Jones in the 66 car. Then it's Tony Shetcher, who's got Gilbertson in the, sorry, not in Gilbertson, it's Alan May going underneath him in the orange car, number 37. Down the max weight once more, and Jason Loveday is sick of running in 4th position, making a big wide run, right around the outside. He tried to get around the outside of Rodney Hogarth, but he can't. That's where the battle is on for the minor, with Nigel Harvey going further and further in front. He's got the white flag coming out. It will let him know that there's just one lap to go. Graham Jeff retires, he's a DNF. But Nigel Harvey is going to run away with this one. A big win, and another retiree is Shane O'Shea on the last lap. But Nigel Harvey in the 4-stroke, putting it all together very well indeed. Brendan Kelly second. Third goes to Jason Loveday, who finally got past. Oh, and a prang on the finish line there with cars 16 and 7 tangling. That's car 16, Rodney Hogarth and Tony Shetcher for tonight. The Modified Production Championship, our first round of heats, and Neil Moss in car 81 to lead them away. Following him will be number 51, Phil Obst. He'll start from 2 because number 15, Wayne Sullivan, is a scratching. 35, Neil Watson. We're going on the roof numbers, not on the car numbers, because that's what we officially take in championship events like this. Neil Howard, number 41 there. Number 9, Terry Brown. Watch him. He went very well at practice last night. 17, Michael Hazeldine. 46, Peter McCarthy. Another one to watch. 34, Trevor Mills. 13, John Calderwood. 78, Peter Jacobson. Be interesting to see how Peter Jacobson goes from the rear of the field.
Yes, and of course the only scratching, Wayne Sullivan, and all positions move up one. Now this is the first heat. This is over 12 laps, and the pole marker Neil Moss. Phil Obst up on his outside, back to car 35, Neil Watson, Neil Howard in the 41. Okay, they'll do one more lap. The pace car's still on the track, and leading the field, Neil Moss and Phil Obst. In that previous event, by the way, that number 7 car that had a bit of a tangle up, that Tony Sensher Formula 500 is up for sale. So keep your eye on that during the night, and you can see Tony in the pits after the final event. Okay, this should be a start. This is championship heat number 1, and away. They're getting right up on the inside there. Neil Watson tried to, he got up inside Neil Moss and Phil Obst, and Neil Watson, a great piece of driving. He's gone for 3rd on the grid, and he's up in front. Here they come into the straight on the first occasion. Neil Watson leads, Phil Obst second, Terry Brown through to 3rd. Then 46, Peter McCarthy through to 4th. Well, there's been some chopping and changing early in the piece. And where are we now? Here we come into the straight after completing the 2nd lap. And it is out in front, Neil Watson. Terry Brown through on the inside of Phil Obst. Peter McCarthy there. Then car number 34, Trevor Mills. A good gap further back to the 81 car. And that is Neil Moss, who had the pole, but he's back in 6th spot at the moment. And Phil Obst and also Peter McCarthy having a bit of a bustle up. And while this is happening, getting right through on the inside.
Yellow light. Yellow light.
Light on.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised. The comment you made about Phil Obst and Peter McCarthy is, I possibly think, why the... Yes, and here we go. Car 51, Phil Obst, will restart at the rear of the field. Car 51, Phil Obst, to restart rear of the field is the word we have from the chief steward.
Then John Calderwood, and of course Phil Obst back to the tail. Okay, they're ready for a restart. And away they go. Neil Watson heads the field from Terry Brown. Peter McCartney up there quickly. Trevor Mills getting up inside Neil Moss. Well, he quickly got back to the position I thought he should have been in. And going past also Neil Moss is car 17, Michael Hazeldine. Trying to get up on the inside, further back in the field was 78 Peter Jacobson, but there's not a lot of room there. And around the outside of him in car 41 is Neil Howard. Here they come back into the straight, and there's still Neil Watson out in front.
Jacobson making that move around the outside now that he tried on the inside for before.
Okay, still Neil Watson leads Terry Brown. Now McCartney gets up inside Terry Brown. Brown left the gate open. Peter McCartney said thanks very much. And have a look at Trevor Mills. Well, he's out with a vengeance. Mills is after McCartney for that second spot. They've left Terry Brown behind. And Mills gets up inside McCartney. McCartney's all over the track. And to give Terry Brown the short back and sides. Here they come into the straight once again. Neil Howard the leader. Trevor Mills out after him. Peter McCartney third, followed by Terry Brown. Making up a lot of ground, Peter Jacobson. A good gap then to Michael Hazeldine, followed in by car number 81, Neil Moss. Trying to get up past him in 41. There was Neil Howard. Further back, Phil Obst, and last of the pack, and John Calderwood. Still Neil Watson leads as we pick them up again down the back. And I'm trying to find this leader. Where's actually gone? Down here, right in front of us, 35. Trevor Mills in second place. Peter McCartney third. Then Peter Jacobson, Terry Brown, and a gap to Michael Hazeldine. Forget the rest. They're coming down the back straight. They've only got 2 and a bit to go. And it's still out in front, Neil Watson. Terry Mills has got that foot planted right to the floor, and he's picking him up each lap. Has he got enough territory to catch up? A lap and a half to go. And here they are coming off turn number 3 into turn 4. Neil Watson goes a wee bit wide. Terry Mills sees is the inside option. Watson just in front, Mills hugging the inside. Oh, he's getting up in the inside, Mills. This is going to be a tremendous drive if he gets up. And he's gone to the lead on the final 2 bends and into the straight. And car 34, Trevor Mills, a great drive, a great win. Second, 35, Neil Howard. 46, Peter McCartney, third. Then 78, Peter Jacobson. Number 9, Terry Brown. 17, Michael Hazeldine. Followed by 41, Neil Howard, Neil Moss, John Calderwood and Phil Obst, and I reckon that's a lot of them, and it's good to see all competitors finish the race.
Okay, while we're waiting for the official placings and the time, John Burton, trackside, any comments on that first heat?
Terry, if the rest of the weekend's going to be like this, we're in for a big time. These interstate guys play for real.
The 54 car, next out, Martin Rams in car 8, he's already there. Paul Sheen in car 25, Bruce Rofe from the Riverland of South Australia in car 639. Graham West is there, and number 18, Mark Simons. A full field as per your program for event 3, and Andrew Harrison to lead them. Oh, another one who would have to have a good chance in this one too, I should think. Looking at 47, just trying to figure out some times. Paul Egan turned in a 15.83 last night, which anything over 15 and a half seconds last night was only very ordinary. Really, because the first 20 drivers, the fastest 20 drivers that we clocked, the 20th turned in a 15.52. So pace car pulls infield. Andrew Harrison to take them away. Coming around for the green. Heat 2, ready. Air racing, and a good even start. Harrison on the inside, Egan on the outside, they go wide. Carlin through with 3 wide on turn 2 up into second place. Dave Redmond's right there with him. Then there's behind him, I think there's a 44 car of Jeremy McClure. He's in there too. Marty Rams is in there too with Paul Sheen. But pole man Andrew Harrison leads next time down the back straight. Paul Egan running second. Max Carlin up into third place. Dave Redmond followed by Paul Egan. Back behind Paul Egan. Oh, the 44 car, Jeremy McClure. I calling McClure as Egan. It's not as McClure. He goes around the outside. Oh, Carlin gets it sideways. Redmond into the back of him. And the race continues. And Carlin's blood on his copybook. He was the one who spun. Redmond only just touched him after he spun. But up front, a great race for the first two position between Andrew Harrison in the 24 car and Paul Egan in the 47 car. The guys that started 1 and 2 are racing in those positions. Running in third place, some distance back, the 44 car, Jeremy McClure. Then Dave Redmond in the number 4 car, Paul Sheen in the 25 car, Martin Rams driving car 8. The 54 car is next is Ron Watts. Back behind Ron Watts is the 56 car. Bigger part, the 39 car. Looking at the roof number is Graham West. Back behind Graham West, car 18, Mark Simons. The number 6 car, Bruce Rofe, and then Max Carlin has joined in at the rear of the field. Up front, however, Paul Egan has now gone to the lead ahead of Andrew Harrison. Harrison fighting back. Egan's got the lead. Still back in third place, 44, Jeremy McClure. He's got Dave Redmond underneath him looking for the run through. McClure will have to stick down on the pole line. Redmond is there. Paul Sheen is right behind him. Then back to Martin Rams. And Martin Rams has got Ron Watts right behind him. But a great battle for the first and second placings and a good battle for third, fourth and fifth. It is still Paul Egan leading Andrew Harrison. And neither of them are letting the other one get away very far indeed. 27. Bigger part, the 44 car next, Jeremy McClure, and Paul Sheen looking for the run through on the inside of Dave Redmond. Redmond goes wide, cutting to back again. They're both of them going underneath the 44 car of Jeremy McClure. Redmond up into third place. Sheen reckons if Redmond can get through, he can too. Redmond goes rally crossing, 3.5 wheels on the infield on turn 4. That's where the battle is on. First and second has almost resolved itself. Egan will lead Harrison home with just on 2 laps to go. Redmond now safe in third place, followed by Paul Sheen in the, what car is it, number 25. Then there's a 44 car of Jeremy McClure. Further back to Marty Rams, Watts, West, Simons, Carlin and Rofe. But coming around for the white flag with just 1 lap to go. Number 47, Paul Egan, followed closely by Andrew Harrison. In the third place, Dave Redmond in the 4 car, Paul Sheen in 25, Jeremy McClure in car 44, Rams, Watts, and very shortly here we come to our race winner of heat number 2, number 47, Paul Egan, in just ahead of Andrew Harrison, car 24. Third will go to car 4, Dave Redmond, 25, Paul Sheen is next, then the 44 car of Jeremy McClure, Rams next, oh, Simons has had a spin down there. And after Rams, it was, I think, the 54 car of Ron Watts, followed by the 39 car, make that, of Graham West. Then it was 12, Max Carlin, 6, Bruce Rofe, and finally 18, Mark Simons, who came to grief, turn 4 on the last lap side. And Peter McMulligal is checking the field as they come out.
Yeah, I'm missing one here. Paul Briggs at this stage. Car 6. Here he comes out.
Yeah, you remember he was the one who had the hot laps earlier on after having popped a motor in, I think, John Burton. It was the first, one of the first rounds of practice heats last night, wasn't it, that Briggsy blew a motor?
First round, first lap, I believe. Heard of him as a scratching.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, obviously a late scratching.
Greg Wardley. You guys are telling me about the fantastic makeup of this car.
Absolutely.
It really looks lovely from up here, I can tell you.
We just had word up that Craig Garlick has broken a camshaft. Or a broken cam, I assume they mean a camshaft. Although that could also be referred to as a rocker too, I suppose. But okay.
Ready to race. Here they go. Greg Walling holds the pole from Craig Williams. Zipping through to be third early. In 76, Ian Prims. One game very wide and back to the toe is 49. And that is Gary Brown. As they sort themselves out, Gary Walling is the leader. Craig Williams running second. In third spot there, Ross Bullymore. Going around the outside of Bullymore was car number 76, Ian Prims. And pushing through on the inside of them was Paul Salal. Here they come into the straight again, Gary Walling. In second place there, Craig Williams. Up to third, 76, which is Ian Prims. Paul Salal to fourth. Followed in
him with a new motor.
And late to come out, yeah. Anyway, Greg Walling, all in his lonesome out in front. In second place, number 76, Ian Brims. In third spot was car 52, Paul Salell, followed in by, behind him, 58, Craig Williams. Right on his hammer in car number 21 is Darren Cockerell. Oh, and Cockerell's getting a bit of push from Shane Best there. Cockerell's gone infield.
Yellow light.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised about that either. They're about the halfway mark. They've gone about 6 laps, and we've had one retirement, Paul Brigg. Okay, Shane Best in car 23 to start rear of field.
But he's got another 4 chances to do so.
So Paul Egan, you are the record holder at this stage. Greg Walling leads them, and away they go again. 76 Ian Brims holds down second, Paul Salell third. Then we go car 21, which is Darren Cockerell to fourth. Getting a bit of a push on there from behind was Craig Williams. He's moved to fifth place, followed in by 37 Greg Gardner. Shane Best has already got past 66 Ross Bullymore. He's back at the tail, but Greg Walling starting to open up a wee bit of a break here. Although keeping him in his sights, in car 76 is Ian Brims. Third place, Paul Salell. Fourth place there, we had Darren Cockerell, followed in by 58 Craig Williams. Trying to get up inside Williams, but not enough room there. Was 37 Greg Gardner. Shane Best, and all over the track back at the tail. But Ross Bullymore complete another lap. Oh, and going infield here in 37. And 37 Greg Gardner. But he's got back out onto the track. No problems. Well, Greg Walling had a big break after that stoppage, and Ian Brims has seized the opportunity. He's really putting the pressure on Walling. Oh, Walling's got a side on, and Brims still even up his backside there.
Yeah, you might
He's able to ease off.
I mean, you might remember I told you earlier on that Ian Brims had the fastest lap last night with an incredible 15.02. So no wonder he's taking him right up to Greg Walling.
He's letting Walling know, and he's really putting the pressure on, as you mentioned. And before the stoppage, Greg Walling had about a sizable gap on the Brims car, but they've only up to the check and flag while we've been talking here, and Walling's been able to beat Brims. Salell's got third. In fourth place is car 21, and that's Darren Cockerell, followed by Greg Williams in 58. Then car 37, Greg Gardner, 23 Shane Best. There's smoke coming out of the 66 car at the tail.
Yeah, that's been smoking all race, actually.
Right. Now, the last 6 laps with the all clear is 1 minute 31.9.
Out for event 5 on the program. Noel McGrath, we've given you the starting positions of these. 48, Barry Ewell, who drew position 7, now finds himself up in position 3. David McEwen, Grot McEwen, in the 28 car to start from 4, followed by Greg Storer, Wayne Millman. And that's it, a very small field. Mark Hunter Boyd to lead them away. Well, that green flag at the ready when they get to the line. Racing, away they go. And a nice even start with Mark Hunter Boyd holding out Noel McGrath as they go down the back straight for the first time. Mark Hunter Boyd, by virtue of starting on the pole line, leads, making a very wide run. Rob McEwen in the 28 car. In third place is David Ewell in car 48, being followed by Greg Storer in the number 27 car. Then back to 59, Wayne Millman, being followed by Grot McEwen up front. Mark Hunter Boyd is looking good, starting to extend his lead just a little bit over Noel McGrath. McGrath goes wide, Barry Ewell looks for the run through on the inside, and Greg Storer sees the gap. They both go for it, but in the meantime, they just can't quite get there. But Noel McGrath continuing the wide run and keeping the speed up. He might, oh, now he gets understeer. Now Barry Ewell looks for the run through, gets it! After Noel McGrath just went too wide. He went from mid-track to high track and also going through underneath with Greg Storer in the 27 car. So Barry Ewell up into second, Greg Storer up into third, and Noel McGrath back into fourth place. They're being followed by the 59 car Wayne Millman and the 28 car of David Grut McEwen. But the further the race goes, the further Mark Hunter Boyd goes into the lead. We've got 7 left on the clock. And isn't it funny how when you have a smaller field, the race seems to take much longer to get through. Smaller field, not a lot happening. Got a battle on for fourth place between the 53 car of Noel McGrath and Wayne Millman coming through on the inside of the 59 car. He moves up into fourth place, and Noel McGrath has been doing nothing but unfortunately going backwards through the field. There's only one more car behind him, and that's David McEwen in car 28. Mark Hunter Boyd close to a quarter lap lead, at least the length of the straight in front now, and he is safe in this one with something like 4.5 laps to go. Barry Yule running safely in second. Third place, Greg Storer in the 27 car, Wayne Millman next, followed by 53 Noel McGrath and 28 David McEwen. The race continues. The cars have settled down in their race order. Not much happening except Wayne Millman is now starting to come up behind Greg Storer. Wayne Millman, who was running second last earlier on, has made up a lot of ground. Greg Storer, the 27 car, the yellow and black one, is going to have to watch himself. Still 2 laps to go in this one. And Wayne Millman, who's made up that ground, is all over the back of the Greg Storer car. This is where the action is. Greg Storer won't want to leave the gap open too much on the corners as the white flag goes out to Mark Hunter Boyd, who's now on his last lap. He's followed by Barry Yule, Greg Storer and Wayne Millman. That's the order they should finish. Mark Hunter Boyd, car 62, will come around to take the checkered flag for Heat 4 of the first round of the Australian Modified Production Championship. Car 48, Barry Yule in for second. Third to car 27, Greg Storer, followed by 59, Wayne Millman. Next to finish was 28, Grot McEwen, who finally made up one place on the 53 car of Noel McGrath. That was the order of finish. We await the time. Another record, would you believe, of 3:05.9, and that's 1 second off the record that Paul Egan held earlier on. So Mark Hunter Boyd, deceptively quick in that one. 32, Stephen Laidlaw is supposed to be starting on pole. There he goes. Sam Brumfield, car 87, starting from 2. Number 5, Ricky Clark from 3. Scratch Ron Balshaw. No, don't scratch him, scratch him. 64, Bob Walling to start from 4. 26, David Greening. First time we've seen that car this weekend, to start from 5. 63, Nick Dodding from 6. 22, Jeff Blackburn from 7. Number 10, Martin Hawson from 8. Scratch Kerry Thompson. And number 3, Rod Brady from 9.
The parade outside of his Sam Brumfield in the 87 car, car 5, Ricky Clark. Bob Walling in 64. David Greening, Nick Dodding.
Mike, sorry, Peter and Terry, this is a quick one. The Greening car has a new motor in that as well. The reason they weren't here yesterday was they had to build a new motor for the little Escort.
Yeah, leaving it a bit late, weren't they?
Better late than never, mate.
True, as you yourself would know.
Okay, ready to go. This is heat number 5. Stephen Laidlaw holding the inside with Sam Brumfield, but pushing right up on the inside of the pair of them, Ricky Clark. And Clark goes to the lead. In second spot there, Laidlaw. Brumfield back to third, and getting up on the inside of him is Bob Walling. He had completed the first lap, and it's Ricky Clark out in front. Bob Walling second. Sam Brumfield pushing up on the inside of Stephen Laidlaw. He gets the third, then David Greening. Further back, car number 22 as Greening goes all over the track. You got the collie wobbles on turn 4 there. But let's sort them out once again. Car 63 tailing right out, not going very fast at all, is Nick Dodding. And I'd suggest it may even have a flat tyre. But anyway, the leader is Ricky Clark. Bob Walling in second place. Sam Brumfield is third. Followed in fourth spot there by Stephen Laidlaw. Now Laidlaw getting up inside Brumfield again. Right in behind him in car 22 is Jeff Blackburn. And there's plenty of action. Rod Brady getting a past a couple, and they include car 10, Martin Hawson, and back at the rear is David Greening.
Yeah, with the 63 car, I just put the glasses on him, and you're absolutely right. Flat tyre on the front left of the 63 car.
Yeah, and he just sort of got in the way of the leading car there, Ricky Clark, but he gave him a reminder, we've got a pile
on
up
the
here.
corner down here, Terry.
Yeah, Brumfield and Brady all go back into the original positions. And they're about to zoom off again, and here they go. Nick Dotting, of course, is on the infield with that flat tyre. And leading the parade, Ricky Clark, Bob Walling out after him quickly. With that restart, he made up a fair bit of distance, but Ricky Clark holds the lead. Bob Walling in second spot. Then Stephen Laidlaw third, Sam Brumfield, Rod Brady, quarterback car 22, Jeff Blackburn. Then we have car 10, Martin Hawson and David Greening back at the tail. Got about 5 laps to go, and still Ricky Clark leads. Bob Walling in second spot. Oh, Brumfield got it side on, got in the way of Brady, who was trying to get a run on the inside, but they cut him off. And in third place, still holding that position, Stephen Laidlaw. Let's get back to these leaders. Ricky Clark, Bob Walling, bit of smoke coming out the back of the Walling car there. But he's putting the pressure right on Ricky Clark. They've got right away from Stephen Laidlaw, then Sam Brumfield, Rod Brady.
Do you get the feeling that Laidlaw's holding up the rest of the field?
Just a little bit.
Terry, just quickly, there's a fair amount of smoke coming out the back of the 64 car.
Yeah, we spotted that just a lap to go there.
Yeah, thanks, John.
Ricky Clark's opening up a gap over Walling now. It's a long... Oh, here's a pile up on turn 1. David Greening into the back there of car 22, Jeff Blackburn. And once again, the lights come on with about 2 and a bit laps to go.
Well, let's hope so for Bob's sake.
Yeah, let's hope it's nothing more important than that. Now, we've got a problem down there with the 22 car, obviously.
Stephen Laidlaw, Rod Brady, Sam Brumfield, Martin Hawson and David Greening. Here they come, 3 laps to go. Ricky Clark is the leader, Bob Walling. In third spot there is Stephen Laidlaw. Now Rod Brady getting shunted out of there. Sam Brumfield by Martin Hawson, who went up in his inside, and Greening also trying to get up inside of Brumfield. Well, about 1.5 laps to travel, and Ricky Clark is getting away from Bob Walling.
In the back of the field there, it was, pardon me interrupting, David Greening and the Brumfield car having a tete-a-tete on turn 4 last time through.
Okay, last lap now, Ricky Clark way out in front, car 64, Bob Walling holding down second. Now Rod Brady's had his chance there, but Stephen Laidlaw is holding down third, and he will get third. Oh gee, he got it a bit understeer there. 32 got third, then 3 Rod Brady, followed by Martin Houston, Sam Brumfield and David Greening.
While we're waiting for the official placings and the time, and John Burton, you might be interested in this, I noticed particularly the Bob Walling car, as he powered through turn 4 that time, as soon as he lifted his foot after coming into the straight, the smoke stopped straight away at 15.21. So he was some 1 second faster than Dave Hellier. So let's see what happens when the green goes, and it will next time around as the Clark radiated space car pulls in field, and Dave Hellier to lead them away. Ready? Race time, and away we go. No drastic moves on. First time down the main straight, going through turns 1 and 2. Hellier on the inside, Earhart on the outside, Lachlan in second place there, in third place. The Grant Bird car goes very wide indeed. Several go underneath him. McLaughlin's one of them, and Gary Paul is another one. Now Grant Bird coming back again. McLaughlin up into third place. Gary Paul in fourth place. He's got Grant Bird going around the outside of him again. Have a look at the Ed Pearson car coming up into about fifth place already. Peter Mason already making up 3 or 4 places from the tail end of the field. But up front, a real good race on. Dave Hellier with Graham Earhart. Earhart looking for the pole line. Hellier running mid-track and doing better at it there. Further back, it's Wayne McLaughlin starting to settle down into third place. Gary Paul in the 19 car is in fourth place, and Grant Bird is trying the low line, he's trying the high line, and none of it seems to be working terribly well for him now. Right behind him is Ed Pearson in the 93 car, Peter Mason car 43. 31 is Darren Sahusky, then it's the 14 car of Derek Dunn, and he's being followed by the 88 car of Alan Balshaw. Up front, a great race between Hellier and Earhart. Hellier holding off. Earhart looking for the run through on the inside. And Hellier, a bit of a touch there. Hellier recovers from it. And Earhart has got to back off. sit still, Hellier from Erhardt, and have a look at Gary Ball. He is driving an incredible race. He's right up there with Wayne McLaughlin and Gary Ball, who didn't turn in a real good time last night, is now challenging for third place. It's Wayne McLaughlin on the outside. He gets away. He's caught wide. Gary Ball coming back again on the inside of McLaughlin. A great race up front, a great race for second, third and fourth. And all of a sudden, up front, Graham Erhardt tried to get through underneath Dave Hellier. Erhardt got a little bit off song, and Hellier managed to get away from him and put about 5 or 6, maybe 8 or 10 lengths between himself and Erhardt. And that is just what Hellier wanted, to put that cushion between himself and the second place car. Further back, Wayne McLaughlin is just in front of Gary Ball, and now here comes Grant Bird again. Behind him, Ed Pearson, Peter Mason, Darren Sahusky, and then the 14 car of Derek Dunn. But up front, it's still Dave Hellier continuing to lead Graham Erhardt. What a great race as the 14 car Derek Dunn puts a couple of wheels infield on the main straight. Hellier holding off Erhardt, wheel to wheel, bumper to bumper, and further back, it's number 7, Wayne McLaughlin, holding off Gary Paul and Grant Bird. Behind them, the Ed Pearson car. Let's concentrate on the leaders at the moment. We've got 1 lap to go. Can Dave Hellier make it a flag-to-flag win? Graham Erhardt will be trying everything on this last lap, believe you me. Problems for Ed Pearson, a DNF for him. But going past them, our race leaders, number 77, Dave Hellier. Graham Erhardt's got to do a desperate. Hellier down on the pole line. Erhardt's got the run, but Hellier, yes, just gets there. What a close finish. Dave Hellier ahead of 56, Graham Erhardt. Third is Wayne McLaughlin, car 7. 19, Gary Paul was next. Then it was 57, Grant Bird. Next after that was 31, Darren Sahusky. 43, Peter Mason. 14, Derek Dunn. And finally 88 in Alan Balshaw is the way we saw them go over the line in a race time of 3 minutes, 7.1 seconds.
Terry, just quickly with this, we're just getting the 93 car out the way here. We've got some smoke under the bonnet over here.
So in fact we have 4 scratchings, and the pole mark in this car, as I mentioned, is for sale. You see Tony Sencha after the last in the pits area, if you want to have a discussion with him. Corey Hodson, he's the guy that I selected in the first leg of the Speedella later on. See how he goes from the front line, and outside in Daniel Gilbertson. This will be a start, 8 laps, and they're away and racing. Corey Hodson outside Sencha, right around the outside with a great burst of speed. Jason Loveday, look at him go. Tony Sencha leads. Loveday, well, you reckon he was going to get $1 million for winning this event, because he's got position around number 6, and he's already in front just after a lap. Jason Loveday way in front, Tony Sencha second, Aaron Jones to third. Now where's Corey Hodson? Well, he's back to second. Last Aaron, Daniel Gilbertson getting him on out of sorts, and Brendan Kelly brings up the 3 up, and it's Jason Loveday out and running. Well clear Tony Sencha, Aaron Jones, Adam May, then Nigel Harvey going wide, now coming back inside, but getting up inside him was Shane O'Shea. Further back Daniel Gilbertson, Corey Hodson and Brendan Kelly. But YG, reckon this guy had his name marked all over event number 8. And that is Jason Loveday, his biggest space in second one. Tony Sencha, Aaron Jones still holding down third. A good gap then to Adam May. Nigel Harvey taking time to make up ground, putting the pressure on him with Shane O'Shea, followed by Daniel Gilbertson, Corey Hodson and Brendan Kelly. And they come in with about 2.5 to the mid lap to go. And it's all Jason Loveday. In second spot, Tony Sencha, then Aaron Jones. Adam May in fourth, 5th to Nigel Harvey, 6th Shane O'Shea, 7th Daniel Gilbertson, 8th Corey Hodson, 9th and last Brendan Kelly. But Jason Loveday's left the straight in front. He's in his last lap. Car number 14, the most impressive performance in the Brent Macquarie Motors. Event number 8, an easy win, Jason Loveday. Coming in second, 7, Tony Sencha, 66, Aaron Jones, 13, 37, Adam May, 44, Nigel Harvey, number 5, Shane O'Shea, 27, Corey Hodson, 38, Daniel Gilbertson, number 11, Brendan Kelly, brings up the rear.
Be a bit of a hard job for the young bestie. And remember, Dave Hellier, the last start winner over Graham Erhardt. This time, Graham Erhardt from the back of the field. Dave Hellier from a middle starting position. But watch this man, Peter McCarthy. My information tells me that, well, my guess is that McCarthy will follow Jacobson in the early stages of the race and then try and get the better of him as the race proceeds. We'll find out because they're going racing as of now. No drastic moves on. Jacobson in the lead, McCarthy following him down there. 53, Noel McGrath going wide. Hellier looking for the run through. Here comes West in the 39 car. Around the outside of Hellier, and Graham West is going for it in that third place. Hellier following through there. Right behind Hellier is Shane Best. Dave Redmond getting a run through on the inside of Shane Best. Then there's the McGrath. Not McGrath, Earnhardt. Graham Earnhardt is next. Behind Dave Redmond, then Martin Rams, then the 53 car of Noel McGrath, and all of a sudden we had Shane Best has dropped right back to second last. Up front, Peter Jacobson showing Peter McCarthy the way. The two Peter, 1 and 2.
Terry, just quickly, Shane Best is running with a flat left rear, so he's got his work cut out for him again.
Thank you. I just noticed that as you spoke. Yes. Oh, gee, not his night, is it? So he's racing under a considerable handicap there. But up front, Peter Jacobson running right away with this one from Peter McCarthy, and both of them running right away from the rest of the field. Dave Hellier in third place. He's got Dave Redmond tangling through on the inside. Dave Redmond up into third place. Oh, and Dave Hellier gets it all sideways, and as a result of that, the 56 car of Graham Earnhardt had to go infield to avoid having to T-bone Dave Hellier. That would have been the only other thing that Earnhardt could have done. So Dave Hellier to restart rear of field, and that'll put Dave Redmond up and ready to go racing. It's race time again, and I reckon Jacobson put it right down into the bottom of the bucket a little bit early that time, but that's just my opinion from where I'm sitting. Jacobson and McCarthy. Redmond a little bit further back from the leading two. Oh, West goes wide, and Martin Rams through on the inside. Well, draws level with West. West comes back again. Martin Rams is right there with him, doesn't want him to get away. Earnhardt is right there with him as well. Earnhardt through on the inside of Marty Rams to move up into fifth spot. Marty Rams comes back again as Earnhardt goes wide. It's tit for tat between those two. A good race for the number 8 car and the number 56 car, Marty Rams and Graham Earnhardt right behind Graham West. But our race leader with 4 laps to go is still Peter Jacobson from Peter McCarthy. A gap then back to Dave Redmond. He's driving a lonely race in third place ahead of car 39, Graham West. Oh, and Shane Best is just having all the handling problems in the world in that 23 car with that flat inside rear tyre. But Jacobson, McCarthy and Redmond, your first 3 cars, 76, 46, and 78, 46 and 4, and then back to the 39 car of Graham West. Marty Rams and Graham Earnhardt continuing to have a fantastic battle. But our steward is looking for the race leader, Peter Jacobson, who is going to get the white flag this time. Peter Jacobson will win event 9. Peter McCarthy will be second, and Dave Redmond will be third. As we watch our race leader in the 78 car, 78 drift up, come around to take the checkered flag, Peter Jacobson. A good win, Peter McCarthy, car 46 second. Third place to Dave Redmond, stuck it out well in third place there. 39 Graham West with 4th. Fifth place goes to 56 Graham Earnhardt. Next over the line, Marty Rams in car 8. Dave Redmond in car 77 was next. 53 was Noel McGrath, and finally 23 is Shane Best. Well, not a very good run for Bestie there. Bad luck for him. Last 7 laps was run in the time of 1 minute 47.2.
John Burton, have you heard anything about Ricky Clark, John?
No, I haven't, Peter. I haven't had an update at all on that one.
Yeah, he won an earlier heat, and just strange he hasn't turned up for this one.
Yeah, next break I'll see if I can go and get some info for you on that vehicle.
Thank you. Now, they're in the position, Rod Brady, Max Carlin outside of him. Then car 93, Ed Pearson, John Calderwood in 13. Car 11, Greg Walling. Bruce Rafe outside of him, car 54. Ron Watts, Paul Salo, Neil Watson and Mark Hunter Boy. That's the field. 12 laps. Round 2, heat 2. Rod Brady on the pole. Holds the lead early from Max Carlin. Round turns 1. Carlin going to the inside. Brady got a little bit of understeer there, but he held the lead. Max Carlin in second spot. In third spot there, putting pressure on him in car 93 with Ed Pearson. Back then to John Calderwood. Getting through the pack in 52 is Paul Salau into position number 5. Following him through in 35 there was Neil Watson, who put up a good performance earlier on tonight. Back on the inside in car 54 with Ron Watts. Bringing up the tail Bruce Rowe, and up in front of him we have car 62 Mark Hunter Boyd. Here to come into the straight to complete the second lap, and Rod Brady getting away from Max Carlin. In third spot, Ed Pearson. Coming up to fourth spot now with a good run is Paul Salau. He's getting us through the field and starting to become a danger to these second and third place getters at the moment. Paul Salau, he's in car 52 then. Calderwood, followed in by 54 Ron Watts. Behind Watts there in car 35 Neil Watson, all getting on his tail there and going a little bit side on was Mark Hunter Boyd. Rod Brady leads the pack. Bit of trouble at the rear of the field, a couple...
Due to get it down the corner.
54 spun out, but Bruce Rope went into the back of, trying to pick that number up.
That's the Walling car. Now, the Walling car actually, when I say the Walling car started that resulted as the fact that the Walling car bumped into a car that was in front of it.
Then Ron Watts, Mark Hunter Boyd, Greg Walling and Bruce Rove. Here they come, 7 to go. Rod Brady leads, Max Carlin, Ed Pearson. Have a look at Paul Salau, desperate to get past these two and get out after Brady. Down the back, Brady's opening up a gap again. Max Carlin second, Ed Pearson third, and Paul Salau is going for the pole line. Salau, he gets up level with Pearson. Oh gee, it's tight racing, not enough room. Pearson closing him off. Here they go down the back again, and Rod Brady, Max Carling. Great battle for third, Ed Pearson and Paul Salau, followed in by John Calderwood. Just keep our eye on third place here, because that's where all the pressure is on. And Rod Brady sneaking away over Max Carling, Ed Pearson, Paul Salau. Oh, one spun out there on turn 2. Car number 54, Ron Watts, but no damage, in back on track and chasing the field. Now Paul Salau once again persists with that inside running, but Ed Pearson keeps cutting him off, or closing the gap, I should say. So maybe Salau has to change his tactic and maybe go around the outside, or he's going to wait for Pearson to make a mistake. Pearson comes out wide but goes back down to the pole line. While all this is going on, Rod Brady extending his lead with only 3 laps to go. Max Carlin second, Ed Pearson, Paul Salau, followed in by car number 35, and I expect there of Neil Watson, who got past John Calderwood. Further back, Greg Walling, in front of him, Mark Hunter Boyd and Bruce Rove. 1 lap to go. Rod Brady got this all parcelled up. Max Carlin seems to have second parcelled up. Look at this battle for third. Ed Pearson, Paul Salau, and Neil Watson's made up a fair bit of ground. Well, Pearson's held Salau out for the whole last half a dozen laps. Is he going to do it here? Yes, he will. Car 93 for third, then 52, followed by 35, 13, 62, 11, and 6. And here's the last 54, who spun out a couple of laps ago.
Now, it's going to be very interesting to compare Rod Brady's 7 laps with Peter Jacobson's 7 laps the race before. That, for some reason, 21 Darren Cockerell is not going up alongside of Bob Walling. Are we going to get a record? Is this Walling car going better than we saw it go before? Coming in for a start, race time, and Darren Cockerell left a little bit behind at the start.
Oh, big trouble.
Oh, and trouble up the front as well. Whoa.
Car 58. Lost a bit of panels on the front there going into...
Yes, he finished second last after starting from position 2 last time. But the race resumes, restarts with Bob Walling going away now. And we've got the 34 car in there, Trevor Mills looking for the run around the outside. Millsy, you might remember, was one of the fast ones last night as well. Also in there, the 21 car, Darren Cockerill. Also in a bunch of 4 up front, the 32 car of Stephen Laidlaw, although he's dropping back a little bit from the first 3. Gary Paul is next. Craig Williams, have a look where he is after restarting rear of field. He's made up 3 positions already and challenging for the next one. Okay, up front, have a look, and it's the 34 car of Trevor Mills. He's gone around the outside of Bob Walling. And the Bob Walling car not going as well as it should, maybe. But all the same, he's up in second place, and we can't do much better than second after all said and done. 21, Darren Cockerill holding down third place. Then it is the 32 car of Stephen Laidlaw. Gary Paul next in the 19 car. 58, Craig Williams, had a problem back there.
Grim's car.
Yeah, Johnny Burton, go for it. John, I think you've got your radio microphone on. Thank you. And John will be heading over to Ian Rims to see what is wrong with that car. However, up front, and it is car 34, Trevor Mills, who's starting to run away with this one. Bob Walling, nonetheless, driving a good race in second place. A lot of smoke coming in from the 63 car at the rear of the field, Nick Dodding. And suspect that is, hard to say, is it tyre smoke? Settles down a little bit going in a straight line. Now he throws it into the corner and more smoke. So Nick Dodding could pop a tyre before this one's finished. However, our race leader, Millsy, Trevor Mills in the 34 car, a big lead now over Bob Walling. In third place, the 21 car of Darren Cockerill. Next, it's the 32 car of Stephen Laidlaw. And not much happening further back there. See that 63 car of Nick Dodding, that smoking tyre. I reckon it's a smoking tyre, although, gee, it's hard to say. At times it looks as if the smoke is coming out forward of the rear wheels. I just can't tell. Johnny Burton, is it tyre smoke or is it engine smoke that's coming out of Dodding's car?
I've got a feeling that's an engine, Terry.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Okay, up front it's still Trevor Mills, and just 2 laps to go for Millsy now. Running in second place is Darren Cockerill. While that last business was going on, Cockerill also got past Bob Walling, who's now back to third spot. In fourth spot, the 32 car of Stephen Laidlaw. The white flag going out to Millsy. Car 34, Trevor Mills has just 1 lap to go. Darren Cockerill running in second place. Bob Walling trying to get that second place back again as they both come up to Nick Dodding to put a lap on him. But it's all Trevor Mills, car 34, a good win, a quarter lap win ahead of 21 Darren Cockerill. He will come in for second. Third to Bob Walling in the 64 car. Next is 32 Stephen Laidlaw. 58 next is Craig Williams. He got past 19 Gary Paul. And then there's the 7 car of Wayne McLaughlin, who we didn't mention much during the race because he finished last. The third time the record had been lowered tonight at 3:03.7, and the placings are official. Car 34, Trevor Mills, the winner. Mentioned earlier on that he also has a scratching, so Sam Brumfield moves up to take position 8 in the 87 car. 8 to run. Scratch 16, Paul Briggs. Scratch 2, Mal Paul. Scratch 55, Lenny Spade.
Yeah, Mal Paul out for the remainder of the night. And also car 5. We can pick that up. Ricky Clark, who didn't front up last race,
right,
he's out for the rest of the night.
Yeah, they're starting to drop by.
Okay, they're lining up. And away they go, Peter Mason in car 43 holding the lead from Paul Sheen around the outside. Oh, one spun right out on turn 2, but they all missed him, which is good news. And the one to spin out there was Wayne Milwin. He's back on track and chasing. Okay, let's get back to the leader, Paul Sheen. Peter Mason in second place. Then car number 24 is Andrew Harrison. Harrison holding down third as they come into the straight, followed by Terry Brown. Trying to get up inside Terry Brown was Martin Hawson. A good gap further back then to 48 Barry Yule. Then car number 87, which is Sam Brumfield, and after spinning out, chasing the field, but a long way back is Wayne Milman. Here they go to complete another lap, and the leader doing it pretty well is Paul Sheen. Now getting to second in car 24 is Andrew Harrison. He's got past Peter Mason, who's now back to third. Now here's Terry Brown getting up inside of car 10 trying to get up inside Andrew Harrison. He does so. They're locked together, these two. Now they've untangled. Harrison the outside, Mason on the inside, and right in behind him now, trying to push. Peter Mason spun out right there in front of car 10, Martin Hawson, and Terry Brown's in trouble. Now the amber lights come on. So, and once they come into the straight, they've got 6 laps to go. Away they go. Paul Sheen holding the pole. Andrew Harrison right on his back bumper. Oh, and he's lost the lead here. Paul Sheen. Andrew Harrison got through. Oh, Paul Sheen's in heaps of trouble. The car has failed him, and he's gone to the infield rather quickly. So after being out in front with the restart, something drastically gone wrong with the Paul Sheen car. And I'm sure Johnny Burton will find that out for us. Okay, the new leader, Andrew Harrison. Chasing him now was Martin Hawson. Terry Brown is third. In 4th place, Barry Yule. Nat Cortez got away from the other 3.
Guys.
Martin Millman and also Sam Brumfield and Peter Mason.
Just quickly, Paul Sheen's got in with a flat right rear.
Okay, thanks for that. Into the back now with about 2.5 laps to go, and it's Andrew Harrison extending his lead now. Over in 2nd place there is Martin Hawson, Terry Brown holding down 3rd still, and a gap further back to Barry Yule. About 1.5 laps to go as they charge into the back, and it's Andrew Harrison looking good. In 2nd spot, still Martin Hawson. Now, in 3rd place, Terry Brown. Oh, he's gone wide. Brown, the smoke coming from the car and getting up inside him. Barry Yule with only a lap to go. Can Terry Brown get that 3rd spot back? He's trying desperately. Barry Yule around the outside, got too much pace though. But coming into straight at 24, Andrew Harrison takes out heat number 4, 2nd number 10, which was Martin Mawson, 3rd Barry Yule. Number 9 was 4th, and that was Terry Brown, who's got major problems. He pulled straight to the infield after the run. Followed in by Peter Mason, Martin Millman, and Sam Brumfield.
Strange things happen. I hope nothing strange happens for Greg Gardner, coming around to the start. And running away goes Gardner with the boot in. Leads Neil Howard through turn 1. Gardner a little bit wide. Howard looks for the run underneath. Coming through there, 27. Greg Storer up into 3rd place. Then another car coming through there. Paul Egan, who came from near the back of the pack, is running in 4th spot ahead of McEwen in the 28 car. Then Phillips in the 51 car. Darren Tahusky is going around the outside of Neil Moss. And 14 car there of Derek Dunn is not performing well at all. Gee, Darren Tahusky in the 31 car. Dive towards the infield. Oh, McEwen gets it sideways. Moss comes around, nowhere to go, into the side of him, and the yellow light comes on. It was inevitable. Free of that. Restart coming up, and it's 10 to go. Race time once more. And Greg Gardner leading them away once more. Neil Howard, the 27 car. Oh, and Darren Tahusky gone very wide. Why on earth would he be right up there? Goodness gracious me. And, oh, he had a problem with the 44 car down there. Darren Tahusky. He can't control it. I reckon he's lost his steering. Is that possible? Well, he's going infield. Probably the best place for him, the way things are working out. And a real big problem there. Okay, and earlier on the 14 car had a problem down there too of Derek Dunn. However, race leader is the predominantly blue car. What's he driving today? 37, Greg Gardner, so used to calling him as a 17 car. It's a bit of a run there on turn 4. The car leads a bit, but he keeps it under perfect control. But a great battle going off in 2nd and 3rd between the 27 car of Greg Storer and the 47 car of Paul Egan. Oh, Egan into the back of Storer. Storer goes every which way but where. Can't control the car. Now he's got it under control again, but while that happens, Paul Egan has brought up their level with him. Phillips keeping an eye on both of them. Oh, I reckon there's a bit of a payback going on here. As Greg Storer into the side of the 47 car of Paul Egan while they're having their own private battle. Phillips moves up 1 position into an actual fact 3rd spot. Well, I don't think that Paul Egan and Greg Storer are going to be on each other's Christmas card list this year, let me tell you. Okay, the race continues with Greg Gardner leading from 41 Neil Howard, and in 3rd place Phillips. once, but he has got Paul Egan right behind him. And when you've got Paul Egan right behind you, you've got to drive very circumspectly and not drift out wide like Phil Ops just did. Egan, a chance to get through on the inside. Ops again, caught wide. And Paul Egan should go through, but gee, Ops is getting plenty of drive up mid-track there, and he's doing well to hold off Paul Egan. Greg Gardner continues to lead the blue car, going down the back straight. 41, Neil Howard in second place. A big lead over, matter of fact, more than the length of the straight over third place. Phil Ops in the black car, 51. He's got 47, Paul Egan right behind him, and then it's back to the 27, Greg Storer. The white flag is out. Oh, and here we go, Phil Ops. Being caught by the 14 car, almost lost that position, goes around the outside. Paul Egan attacks on the inside. Greg Gardner's won the race in the meantime from Neil Howard, who's going to come in third. Yeah, Phil Ops to the 51 car, then 47, Paul Egan after him. 14 cars a lap down. Greg Storer is next to the 27 car, followed by 81, Neil Moss, and 1 lap down was the 14 car of Derek Dunn. So the last 10 laps run in the time of 2 minutes 32.2.
Big Garlic 61 not with us.
I think we missed, actually Craig Garlic, yeah, I think we missed him in an earlier race too.
Yeah, Greg Garlic has written in your program, and Wayne Sullivan. And driving car 88 is Alan Belshaw, not David. And I think they're ready to roll. The light's out, so Mark Simons on the pole, Grant Bird outside of him. Oh, Simons has got it, getting a push from behind there by car 22, and that's wobbled him all over the track. 22 got the backwash of it all. He was the aggressor early, but it didn't come off. Mark Simons now gets back to the lead, going all out of sorts there with Grant Bird in second place. Car 17 moving forward is Michael Hazeldine. Then Hazeldine's got it all side on. By gee, they all missed him. Mark Simons has cleaned the outside wall up down the back straight.
Yeah, he just went very wide, and I think he's lost power.
Well, he's gone from first to last. He's gone from chocolates to boiled lollies, and in fact, he's gone infield, so he's got a DNF next to him. Okay, it's all happening. Grant Bird has flown away now. He's out in front. David Greening got the second, but he went wide. Pushing up on the inside, there's car number 88, and that's Alan Belshaw. Now, I just said Belshaw went to second, and when I look back up, he's running fifth. What in blazes is going on?
Lots.
All I can say is Grant Bird's in front. Now car 22's after David Green for that second spot, and car 22 is Jeff Blackburn. He's getting up on the inside of Greening. Greening holding second though. He's got a new motor in the car tonight.
And he's going
boy, and he's lost it on turn 4.
That's the second time Greening has done that. He did that in his first race. Have a look at him come back almost on Blackburn's back bumper.
Then Jeremy McClure in 4th spot. Then car 66, and that is Ross Bullymore. Oh, here's one spinning out, car number 17, Michael Hazeldine, and being passed by car number 88, and of course that's Alan Belshaw. Well, here we go. Into the straight again, Grant Bird in front. Oh, David Greening just got the short back and sides there over 44 Jeremy McClure. But while this is happening, Grant Bird's being swallowed up here pretty quickly. Oh, Bird's all over the place and following him through there, getting badly balked. Oh, Greening spun out.
Yeah, I reckon...
Is this a demolition derby or what?
No, that's tomorrow night.
Is that tomorrow night?
Well, I reckon Greening was
88
balked there. When Blackburn had his half spin, Greening put it sideways, and now Greening was way off.
Now, car
88 car stopped up on turn 4.
Turn 4. They've only got 2 laps to go, and the lights have come on, which is fair enough.
Yeah,
they couldn't get the car across. The stewards are calling them across, but I think it died on the corner.
Yeah, your lights out, ready for the restart.
Jeremy McClure in 3rd spot. We're about to come in there. Grant Bird's going to try and get the fly here. And away he goes, but right on his hammer, Jeff Blackburn. He's no Blackbird, it's Blackburn. Oh, look at the bird's gone wide. Grant Bird went wide. Jeff Blackburn said, thank you very much. I'll take the pole position any time. Darts through. Following him through in 44 is Jeremy McClure. Grant Bird comes down on McClure, who holds his ground. And they've got a lap and a half to go. Oh, McClure dropped back to 3rd. Martin, the leader, Jeff Blackburn. Oh, Grant Bird's gone almost out the pit gate.
Yeah, he's got
and
terrible
McClure's
heat.
followed him. You wouldn't believe this. Then car 66 getting through Ross Bollymore, and there's smoke coming out of the back of his. But unfortunately here for car 44, Jeremy McClure, well, he's just lost a lot of power. And here's the checkered flag coming up. Car 57, first over the line. 67 being held across by 17. Oh, gee, I don't believe this. Then 26, David Greening. And I know the demo derby's tomorrow night, but gee, there was more incidents. I tell you what, they wouldn't have broken.
About ready for a start. Adam May to take them away in the 37 car. Gilbertson and Hodgson on the front row, ready, 10 laps of it, race time, away we go. Nigel Harvey looks for the run around the outside, decided to tuck back again. Adam May leads first time down the back straight, and Tony Schenscher and the number 5 car of Shane O'Shea, tangled to be sure, next. And he's given the RF sign. Back from his original starting bay.
Yeah, he was actually at the rear anyway.
Yeah. So the restart, and away we go again. And Jason Loveday in the 14 car takes a wide dive around the outside and starts to move into second place already behind Corey Hodgson. It's Hodgson and Jason Loveday with Bowman Adam May in third spot. Then Daniel Gilbertson looking for the run through the inside is Nigel Harvey in the 44 car as he goes underneath the 66 car of Aaron Jones. While that's happening, Shane O'Shea moves up one position and he's getting the run on the inside of Nigel Harvey. Harvey gets more drive down the straight though, and he's going to look for the outside pass on Daniel Gilbertson, who's running in fourth spot. Up front, here we go, change of lead. Jason Loveday up underneath Corey Hodgson, and the number 14 car, Jason Loveday, is in front already, and the rest of the race is going to be to inside the minor placings. 27, Corey Hodgson in second spot, and Brendan Elliott goes Brendan Kelly, should I say. I keep calling him Brendan Elliott, I don't know why. Brendan Kelly has the spin on turn 2 last time round. Jason Loveday, race leader, and Shane O'Shea's really got the bit between his teeth. He moves up and out. Turn 2. Shencher not having a good run in the space. First of all, restart rear field, then the spin. So our race leader, let's check it out. Where is he? And here he comes into the main straight right now. Car 14, Jason Loveday is our race leader. 27, Rory Hodgson running second. 5, Shane O'Shea is third. And 37, Adam May, followed by 44 is the Nigel Harvey. Forget it right in a minute. Yes, the Nigel Harvey car. Then again back to Aaron Jones, 66, 38, Daniel Gilbertson, 7. Then there's 11, Brenton Kelly. And the number 7 car of Tony Schenscher. His front wing seems to be askew from that earlier incident. But it's all Jason Loveday. And gee, have a look at Shane O'Shea. He's really flying. He's started off in about 5th spot, now up to second. He went past Corey Hodgson as if Hodgson was standing still. Nigel Harvey in the 44 car at DNF. There goes my speed of the selection for the first leg. I hope you went on Nigel Harvey too. But the checkered flag going out for number 14, Jason Loveday. Second to number 5, Shane O'Shea. A good drive for him into second place. Third went to the 27 car of Corey Hodgson. I reckon 37, Adam May was next. 66, Aaron Jones. And I'm not too sure who was next after that. It was 11. I thought he might have been a lap down, but such is not the case apparently.
I think there was only one left to finish anyway.
That if anybody's got any luck for sale, he'd like to buy some after this heat.
Yes, he would certainly need it. Well, he's got his chance now from pole, and let's face it, he needs every ounce of luck he can get.
Well, we knew there was trouble with Mark Simon's car earlier on. Well, he's out for the rest of the night. We've just been informed of that. We've just been given car 9 also out for the rest of the night.
Terry Brown. Well,
Terry Brown.
Remember that Johnny Burton reckoned Terry Brown's car was a bit on the south side?
They're ready to go. And Shane Bass holding the pole from Dave Redmond. They go into turn 1. Shane Bass easily held the lead from Redmond. Getting up on the inside, Bob Whirling to second. Redmond back to third. And here they come into turn number 4. Oh, Whirling got the short back inside. And Peter Jacobson found a a needle-eye opening. He's dashed through, and Jacobson has gone for about fourth in 100 metres through to first. Well, Jacobson's taken up the lead from Shane Best. In third place, Bob Burnley, followed by Dave Hilliard. Dave Redmond back to fifth. Then David Greening, followed in by John Calderwood. Further back there is 93.
Redmond's made it one place at the expense of Hilliard.
Okay, 93 is Ed Pearson. Graham Earhart is well back in the field. In fact, he is last. And just in front of him in car number 48, and that's Barry Yule. But Shane Bess has gone very wide on turn 4 there, and Bob Whirling's gone through to be second. But this leader, Peter Jacobson, really opening up a gap. Bob Whirling second, Shane Bess third. Then Dave Redmond being challenged there by Dave Hilliard, who's right on his back bumper, followed in by David Greening, but he had to complete another lap. And it's Jacobson, Peter Jacobson, way out in front. Bob Whirling second, Shane Bess third. Then Dave Redmond, followed in by Dave Hilliard, David Greening, all getting all out of sorts there in car number 13 with John Calderwood. Oh, and he's bashed into the side there of 48, which is Barry Yule, and back to the tail, Graham Earhart.
Earhart's not going nearly as well as he did earlier on.
Well, that's for sure, and on his times, if you were saying last night,
Absolutely.
he's not doing very much at all. I'll tell you what, the way Peter Jacobson's going, he'll be up with this slow traffic in the next couple of laps. I've only got 4 to go, and the front panel here on Bob Whirling's car bouncing around and just hanging on by a thread. Shane Best still third, then Dave Redmond. Dave Hilliard lost a bit of ground. Dave Reading up with him, Ed Pearson, followed in by 40 Barry Yule.
I get the feeling that David Greening's car is not working real well. Engine-wise, okay. But he seems to have a bit of handling problems in that car. It's okay that time around, but he was getting understeer earlier on.
Have a look, the flag is out telling the back markers that Peter Jacobson is right on their hammer with, well, he's only got a lap and a half to go. He's half a lap in front, Peter Jacobson. Could we have another record coming up here?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, the only problem is he's catching up with the slow cars, and all he needs is a clear run, Peter Jacobson, because he is at least half a lap in front. This has been an almighty win, I can give you the tip. Peter Jacobson is about to come into the final corner with a clear run and down to the line, and very, very much interest in the winner's time here. Bob Whirling's going to hold down second. Third will be Shane Best, just in front of Dave Redmond. Then Dave Hilliard, David Greening, Ed Pearson. Earhart was further back, Barry Yule. And up in front of Yule there was somebody else. Anyway, 78.
Earhart, were you thinking of?
Yeah,
Earhart,
Earhart.
and then the 13 car Calderwood.
Well, he didn't get the record, but I think he's about 2/10 out of it.
Exactly.
3:03.9.
Second row, can McCarthy get a much needed win tonight? He's been finishing back in third and fourth and round about that area. I don't know what his first race was, but this would be his best chance. Before they start, John Burton, any comments quickly from infield?
I was just about to say, I think a Spider's going to get through in this one. He's got to deal with Martin and of course Phil, but let's see, his top 3 up the front.
And away they go. Martin Hawson leads in turn 1. Phil Ops gives him a belt in the backside, give him a second one, said, move over. I want through. Yellow light. Oh dear, let's see what the outcome of this is going to be. Well, it was obvious that Martin Hawson was going nowhere near fast enough for what Phil Ops wanted. Somebody is going to be spoken to. Keep it slow, or slower on the run-in. Okay, away you go, says John Dawson, our clerk, of course. Now Martin Hawson is bringing them in much slower. We're ready for another 12 laps. Race time, and away we go. Another good even start. Oh gee, Neil Moss and the West car there, Graham West having a bit of a box on. but the front two, side by side. Martin Hawson on the inside. Phil Obbs getting left just a little bit behind at this stage as Peter McCarthy looks for the run through on the inside as Phil Obbs tries to get down on the pole line. Obbs couldn't. McCarthy was there. Doesn't matter to Obbs because he put the boot into it and leads McCarthy down the back straight behind race leader Martin Hawson. It's Hawson, Obbs, McCarthy, West. 62 is Mark Hunter Void, then Neil Moss and the 8 car of Martin Rams down the back straight, 1-4, and race order unchanged. It is still Martin Hawson. Phil Obbs caught wide. McCarthy's got the pole line, but Obbs manages to keep that nose in front. Absolutely incredible driving from Phil Obbs. And he is going well. McCarthy's now got the inside running. Well, he had the inside running for a lap and a half, but Phil Obbs has been able to hold him off. Martin Hawson, Phil Obbs, Peter McCarthy, and Graham West in the 39 car. Then it is Mark Hunter Boyd. And Mark Hunter Boyd coming through on the inside of Graham West to take up 4th place running. And it's still Phil Obbs on the outside and Peter McCarthy on the inside. Incredible racing for that 2nd place. Phil Obbs gets the nose in front. He goes very wide indeed. McCarthy comes back at him and Phil Obbs says, no, you don't. I'm still hanging on to this 2nd place. McCarthy says, well, I've got my nose in front this time. And this time you are going wide. And I've got 2nd place. Spider McCarthy up to 2nd. Phil Obbs tried to be too brave for too long. It worked for several laps. And now McCarthy's going wide and Phil Obbs looks like coming back at him. But it's not enough. Martin Hawson continues to lead. McCarthy 2nd, Phil Obbs 3rd, then Mark Hunter Boyd in the number 62 car. Graham West further back, then Martin Rams, who's not on the pace in this one at all, and then Neil Moss in the 81 car. Now McCarthy, having got clear of Phil Obbs, is attacking the Martin Hawson car. He's got 3 and a bit laps to do it. This is going to be a great race down to the wire. Hawson, who was on his own and out in front comfortably, has now got what to Hawson is the unwelcome attention of Peter McCarthy. Hawson keeps the nose in front. It's 3.5 laps to go. Hawson and McCarthy up front. Phil Obbs has got 3rd place to himself now, and Mark Hunter Boyd has got 4th. 2 to go. Hawson, who's led this one from the green flag, has now got McCarthy right there. McCarthy looks for the run on the inside. He's got to back off because there's not enough room to go through. The white flag is coming out for Hawson. McCarthy knows it's do or die. If he's going to win one, this is the lap and he's got to do it. He gets the nose underneath the rear quarter of the Hawson car. Hawson keeps the lead down the back straight, turn 3. Hawson looks like he's got it. Car 10 will win this one. Hawson is close enough. McCarthy in for 2nd. Phil Obbs 3rd in the 51 car. Next over the line is Mark Hunter Boyd in the 62 car. Then 39 Graham West, 8 Martin Rams, and finally back to 81 Neil Moss. Well, not a lot of cars in that one, but a very interesting race all the same, with McCarthy fighting it out earlier with Phil Obbs and then tackling Hawson for the lead. The race time 3:07.5.
The guff on that one after, guys, because that had a lot of oil coming out the very, very bottom of that motor, so obviously they fixed that one in a big hurry.
Probably put some 140 gear oil in it or something or other, John, to make it stick in there. Might have been a gasket.
There was a lot of oil if it was a gasket, so but whatever it was, they fixed it, so that's good.
Some gasket?
Okay, lining up for a start. Lights go out. Trevor Mills, Ross Bullymore. They're going to head to pack. Trevor Mills probably hold the inside here. Here they go. Ross Bullymore putting pressure on him. Trevor Mills holds the inside. Bullymore the outside. They're rubbing panels. But Mills gets the break. Bullymore goes wide on, charging through where there's no room. Let's pick up his number 37. And that was Greg Gardner. Well, he pushed Bullymore out of the road. No excuse me's at all. Sam Brumfield getting up inside of 24, which is Andrew Harrison. Further back, Hazeldine. And back at the tail there is 28, David McEwen. Okay, to complete another lap. And it's Trevor Mills out in front and running. Greg Gardner 2nd. Bullymore is 3rd. Michael Hazeldene's come from the rear and he's up running 4th. Followed by Sam Brumfield. A bit of smoke coming out the Bullymore car. In fact, a lot of smoke. Hazeldine 4th, then Brumfield. back at the tail is McEwen, and up in front of him is Harrison. Here they come into the straight. And Trevor Mills lead, but Greg Gardner's got him in his sights.
Bullymore goes wide.
Gee, Hazeldine through to third after coming from rear of field. Bullymore to fourth, then Brumfield.
Hazeldine incidentally made up his last two positions by cars going wide. First of all, Brumfield went wide. Hazeldine took the opportunity. Then Bullymore went wide. Hazeldine through again.
Yeah, well, while you were saying that, Greg Gardner went very wide on turn 4 and lost a few lengths on this leader, Trevor Mills. He was a bit closer a couple of laps ago. He's gone wide again. Hazeldine third, Bullymore. Well, that smoke's getting worse. Yeah, they've got a panel rubbing there.
I think it's engine. Johnny Burton, is that engine smoke coming out of the Bullymore car, number 66?
It's hard to tell from here, Terry, but that's where it looks like it's coming from.
Okay, Sam Brumfield putting pressure on Bullyfield, followed in by Harrison and David McEwen. He might be running out of oil because he's tailing out at the rear of the field. Well, Trevor Mills still holds this lead over Greg Gardner. Gee, Hazeldine's gone wide on turn 4, but he's holding third place pretty well. Bullymore all over the place, then Brumfield, Harrison and McEwen. About 3 and a bit laps to go as Trevor Mills comes into the straight past the judge. Greg Gardner getting a wee bit closer now, Gardner.
I thought he was
time might have run out. He's
Yeah.
only got 2 and a bit laps to do it. He was that close about 4 laps ago and he lost ground, and I don't think he's close enough. Okay, down the back, and the battle for 4th and 5th is Bullymore, Brumfield and Harrison. Now, Trevor Mills catching up with a slower car, McEwen. They just want McEwen to stay out of the way because there's only a lap to go. And as Trevor Mills leads Greg Gardner. Gardner within 2 car lengths. I don't know if he can make it. If he's going to, this is the lap. It's still Trevor Mills in front. Gardner throwing caution to the wind, but Mills has got a big enough break and he will go on to defeat Greg Gardner. Michael Hazeldine third. Here he comes, followed by Bullymore in car 66. Well, last of the distance then Sam Brumfield and Andrew Harrison. And Dave McEwen didn't complete the course, but winner's time 3:04.4.
Yeah, Terry, it's a diff that's locked up. Our highly sophisticated technical people tell me down here on the infield.
Thanks, John.
What's the diff, he said?
Yeah, the bulge of the back axle, race time. And Bruce Rofe has got Wayne McLaughlin going around the outside of him, and he's got Neil Howard looking for the run through on the inside. Rod Brady is there in a tight bunch of 4 up front, and all sorts of problems further back there with the 22 car of Blackburn and 19. Gary Ball is in there. The 35 car is in that lot there too, with Neil Watson trying to move up around the outside, and she is on for young and old, let me tell you. Neil Howard going into the lead in the 41 car, and he's come from back in position 3 to be challenging Wayne McLaughlin. Rod Brady now moves up to 3rd place. Then there's the can't pick at the black car that's running in 4th spot, car number 70. Oh, and Barry Yule, I think it is. No, it's not Barry Yule, it's the 59 car. Wayne Millman goes for a spin in that one there.
I reckon the 19 car front left is flat. Fine.
You continue the race call. I'll check it out.
41 Neil Howard leads. Car 17 seconds by Wayne McLaughlin. Ron Brady trying to get up inside McLaughlin. And
Absolutely right. Interrupting you with the 19 car flat tyre front left. Absolutely right, Peter. Thank you very much.
Neil Howard lead. Ron Brady gets the second. Back to you, Terry.
Okay, he's underneath the number 7 car, Wayne McLaughlin. And then there's the 35 car, is it? Or is it the...
Yes, Neil Watson.
Neil Watson in the 35 car. Gary Paul, all sorts of problems there with that front tyre going down on him. Okay, let's regroup and check it out. It is the 41 car of Neil Howard, who's leading and leading well from Rod Brady. The 63 car at the tail of the field, all but one, and Nick Nodding, and he's got some sort of a problem in that car. Gary Paul goes wide. All he's got to do is finish to get points, and that's what he's looking to do on that flat tyre.
Yeah, the Nodding car playing a hell of a lot of smoke again.
It is indeed, isn't it? So, oh gee, Neil Howard came very wide through turn 4 there, gives Rod Brady a chance to get just a little bit closer. Then it's the 47 car of Paul Egan, who's up into 3rd place. The 35 car 7, Wayne McLaughlin. He's sort of been going backwards through the field at a fair rate of knots. Jeff Blackburn's right behind him in the 22 car. Then there's car 59, Wayne Millman, and then Bruce Rofe in the number 6 car. Up front, Brady getting ever closer to Neil Howard, and both of them going underneath the 63 car of Nick Dotting, who's Smoky Joe is not getting any better at all. Car 19, Gary Paul, is only just circulating around and hanging very high and very wide, trying to keep out of problems. Should I say the 41 car of Neil Howard wide through the straight there. Brady looking for the run through. They are on their last lap, and it's Howard and Brady. Howard wide, Brady on the inside. Howard making the run to the line. Brady going with him. Howard gets there just from Brady into one of the closest finishes of the night. Car 47, Paul Egan, was next over the line. Then it was the 35 car of Neil Watson. He was followed further back by the 22 car of Jeff Blackburn. Then it was car 7, Wayne McLaughlin. Car 59, Wayne Millman, was next, followed by car 6, Bruce Rofe. Next after them would have been the 63 car of Nick Dotting, and then the car 19 of Gary Paul, who was several laps down.
On the outside then, Darren Cockerell, Darren Sahusky, Craig Williams, Jeremy McClure and Derek Dunn. And they're getting into their position to field of 7. Max Carlin, Greg Whirling on the outside, got too much toe though. Whirling goes wide, Carlin tries to hold the inside, but Whirling got too much toe and he goes to the lead. Carlin eases off behind him as Whirling put the brakes on there. Here he comes into the straight. Whirling leads Carlin. In third place is 21, there's Darren Cockerell. Getting up on the inside in 58, Craig Williams, followed there by Darren Sahusky. Further back in the field, Derek Dunn and Jeremy McClure back at the tail. But Greg Whirling started to get a bit of breathing space here over Max Carling in third place there in 21, Darren Cockerell, followed by Craig Williams. Darren Sahusky tried to get up inside him, but had to ease off there. Further back, Derek Dunn, and still back at the tail. Sahusky goes wide and Dunn gets up inside of him. They're trying to get up inside of the pair of Jeremy McClure. Sahusky back to the tail with McClure. Here they come into the straight once again. They've got about 7 laps to go. And it is Greg Whirling making every post a winner. Max Carlin second. Third place, Darren Cockerell, followed by Craig Williams. They're opening up. There's gaps between each of the cars. And hopefully we'll get round without incident. Here they come into the straight. Greg Whirling leads Max Carlin. Darren Cockerell in third place, followed by Craig Williams. Further back there in car 11, not car 11, pick that up in a minute. Back at the tail is Sahusky.
Yeah, that's
Derek Dunn is the one I was thinking about. As they come into the straight, car 14, and behind him 44 was Jeremy McClure. Down the back once again, and it's still Greg Whirling in front. I'll tell you what, Max Carling's putting the pressure on him though. He's made up a couple of car leads the last 2 laps. In third place, Darren Cockerell. As they go out of turn 2, Greg Whirling, he doesn't want to do anything wrong because Max Carlin has got him right in his sights. Carlin right on the back bumper with 4 laps to go. Greg Whirling leads. Max Carlin looking for the inside run. Whirling about 2 car lengths in front of Carlin.
I get the impression that Whirling is doing just enough to stay in front, and that's all.
Oh, Carlin lost it there, and he's going to lose about 2 or 3 car lengths, and that could have been enough to give Whirling just a bit of breathing space, a bit of a dust up here. McClure and also Derek Dunn. Well, he's done it all right, Derek. He's done the lot out the back. Greg Whirling leads. Max Carlin. Well, he lost. Oh, here we go. Darren Sahusky's gone side on. Well, they're having fun back at the tail. Here they come in with 1 1/4 laps to go. Greg Whirling, well, he got straight to the front. That's where you've got to be in these races. Max Carlin, he had his chance about 3 or 4 laps ago, but blew it. In third place there was Darren Cockerell. And coming up with a checkered flag, car number 11, Greg Whirling. Car 12, Max Carlin. Car 21, Darren Cockerell, followed by 58, Craig Williams. Here's the stragglers, 44, Jeremy McClure, 14, Derek Dunn, and 31, Darren Sahusky. And good to see all finishing event number 20.
Oh, yeah, what a way to finish up the weekend's racing, hey?
Yeah.
Oh, a little bit of lot of bash and crash.
And there's 20 nominations, so it should be a great event.
Yes, certainly
so
should
get
be.
yourselves down here tomorrow night.
Okay, Greg Storer on pole. Grant Bird, who was flying all over the place in his car.
Is he going to fly to start in this?
I don't know. We'll soon find out. 43, Peter Mason in there on the second row, his best chance. Paul Sheen in there as well in the 25 car, both of which have not had a good run tonight. They'll be looking to go well in this one. Greg Storer, he takes the field wide. Peter Mason through on the inside of Bird, and he's in the second place. 3 wide behind them. Do you mind? One of them goes. It's Watts. What will they think of next? And Ron Watts is left stranded there. The idea. Okay, ready for a complete restart in actual fact. And away goes Bird, goes wide again. Grant Bird, and through goes Storer on the inside, and McEwen goes with him. Bird comes down on top of Sheen as and Sheen spins out. And 52 moves up Paul Salau, and yellow light time, except with the replay. Going. Would you like to give us a try, Mick, and tell me how many years? That's 5, 10, 12. 12 years. There's a lot of experience there. And his coverage of the Australian Sidecar Championships that we had earlier this season was just top on. It really was. So you can be sure of what went on there. Who's playing ducks and drakes here? Yeah, okay. Complete restart, third time. Away we go. Storer on the inside, Grant Bird on the outside. Grant Bird caught wide again, and yes, Peter Mason looking for the run through on the inside. There is a 50-something number car there, 52, who is looking at Paul Salau looking for the run through. He's got the run through on the inside of Peter Mason. Grant Bird wide, moved now, dropped back to second last there. Ian Rims up into fourth place. He's followed by Paul Sheen. Grant Bird and Watts is there too, in Ron Watts in the 54 car. Now, what happened coming out of turn 2? I was watching the leaders, and
Mason and Salau got tangled up.
Nudge, nudge, wink, wink going on. And ready to go. Right, Greg Storer and Paul Sheen trying to get up on the inside of Peter Mason. Peter Mason right up with Greg Storer. Here comes Ian Brims, and he's the fast mover in this pack, let me tell you. But Greg Storer continues to lead Peter Mason, Paul Sheen, Ian Brims around the outside, Grant Bird. Then we've got the 52 car, Paul Salau, going through underneath the 54 car of Ron Watts. And Brimsy gets caught wide and not very handsome, and comes back as stone motherless last. Watts and Bird having a good old battle at the back of the field, while up front Greg Storer is driving his heart out to try and hold Peter Mason back into second place. And Paul Sheen, massive understeer for Paul Sheen, and he goes past the pit gate. Wattsy goes for a spin. Again, I don't know how many times Ron Watts has had a spin down there, but he's caught on the pole line in yellow light. And let's see if the phenomenon of Speedway repeats itself last Christmas. 7 to go. Ron Watts, rear field restart. Away we go again. And Paul Sheen up on the inside of Peter Mason at the restart. Mason goes wide, gets grip up there, manages to get the nose in front. Paul Salau is now hassling the back of the Sheen car. Mason turned right when he should have turned left. He did it all on his own. Sheen goes through, Salau goes through. Mason, instead of running second, is now back in fourth spot. Peter, you were going to say something?
I was going to say Salau's the danger man here. He's come from rear of field. He's up third. Just keep your eye on car 52.
Bird goes for a spin on turn 4. But Greg Storer continuing to lead it while there's mayhem behind him. Have a look at it. Salau into the back of the Sheen car, and Brims now going through looking for the run through on the inside of Sheen. Then back to Salau, Mason, and the 54 car of Ron Watts. Further back, Bird. So I just noticed it's got a panel missing on the left rear. Straight flow-through ventilation, at least I thought it was. No, I'm wrong. But anyway, still Greg Storer, and now Brimsy through on the inside of Sheen, And once Brimsy gets through underneath there, he's still got a few laps left in him. Sheen coming back at Brims again, part of Brims' car flapping in the wind there. Storer continues to lead. He doesn't know what mayhem is going on behind him. Ian Brims in second place in the 76 car. Sheen coming back at Brims again. Salau has got Mason. Oh, Mason touching the back of the Salau car. Then back to Watts in the 54 car. Hey, there's no quarter given or asking this one with just one lap to go. Can Greg Storer hang on? Gee, it would be a shame if he lost this one, having led so well. Storer and Brims. Storer, Brims looking through for the run on the inside. Storer brings it right down on the pole line. Brims has got to back off, and Storer takes it out from Ian Brims second. 25, Paul Sheen is third over the line. 52, Paul Salau is next, followed by 43, Peter Mason, and then back to the 54 car of Ron Watts, and finally to 57 to Grant Bird. Oh boy, what a way to finish off the night. Race time for the last 7 laps, 1:51.7.
I would imagine next time round we should see a green flag be dropped, and away we go. And of course, on the pole, Darryl Wright, Les Baker alongside of him, Brett Price, Travis Moore, Glenn Goonan and Ross Wright at the back of the field. Away we go racing, and have a look at these two front runners go hard into turn one. Baker up high, right on the inside, fighting back, neck and neck as they go down the back straight, but right on the inside, Les Baker got the better run around the outside, so Les in the lead at the end of the first lap. Les Baker, Darryl Wright, now Travis Moore up in the third spot. Then, of course, Brett Price, and at the back, there's Goonan and Ross Wright fighting hard to get that 5th and 6th spot, respectively. Well, up front, the two front runners have opened up a bit of a lead over third place getter, now Travis Moore. It's still Les Baker hanging on to the lead, but with Darryl Wright breathing down his neck, how long can he stay there? Coming around again, and still Les Baker in the lead. Darryl Wright trying to do everything. He's running hard, running with him, but just can't seem to get him. Down into turn 3 they go again. Now there's a bit of a misfortune going through turn 2 there with a couple of runners. Ross Wright, Glenn Goonan and Brett Price involved in that one, but they saw themselves out onto the track again, and away they go. Now Baker has opened up a little greater lead over second runner Darryl Wright. There's only one lap to go. I think it's going to be a Les Baker win this one. Travis Moore still in third. Ross Wright. Okay, let's watch him come around the last couple of turns. It's going to be Les Baker, car number 2 over the line, ahead of Darryl Wright in car number 28. Travis Moore, car number 6 in third spot, followed by Ross Wright, Glenn Goonan and Brett Price there at the back of the field. Well, the all clear has been given. Placings are around tonight, and Heat 1 is coming up.
So we should be ready for a start. They come into the straight by the white line marked on the track. That's where they start from, and Derek Dunn with the pole position. They're away, and Peter McCarthy from the outside is going to head Derek Dunn off. A bit of shuffling getting up on the inside there. John Calderwood in car 13, or getting a bit side on there with Sam Brumfield as they chop and change near the tail, and still back at the tail there's Stephen Laidlaw, Martin Howson. Here they go out of the straight once again, and Peter McCarthy opening up a bit of a break here over John Calderwood is holding down second. Derek Dunn is third. Getting to fourth there in car number 41 is Neil Howard in a white car. Going very wide was Mark Simons. Phil Ops got up inside of him, followed by Martin Howson. Then Sam Brumfield and Stephen Laidlaw brings up the rear. There's almost half a lap between first and last after 3 laps, and Peter McCarthy making every post a winner. He's way out in front. John Calderwood second. In third place now, Neil Howard's got past Derek Dunn, who's relegated to fourth. Phil Ops making up a bit of ground. Further back in the field, Martin Houston trying to go with Phil Ops. He's going for the inside run there, and one not going fast at all. In fact, pulling infield is Mark Simons, and he's going to be a DNF but did not finish. He's gone to the infield. But here's Peter McCarthy into the straight, doing it well. John Calderwood the chaser, but Neil Howard's right on his back bumper, putting pressure on for that second position. A good gap further back to Derek Dunn. Oh, and going infield there is car number 10, and that's Martin Orson. Must be major problems there. He front of John Calderwood and Neil Howard. There's a good battle for second and third. Now Phil Hobbs trying to get up on the inside of Derek Dunn, who goes ever so wide on pit corner, and Phil Hobbs now gets to a clear fourth. Back to fifth, the pole leader, Derek Dunn, followed by Sam Brumfield and Stephen Laidlaw. They've got about 4 laps to go. And Peter McCarthy, here's Neil Howard getting up inside Calderwood. Howard got the inside run. Calderwood's now going to try and switch back to the inside, but Howard's got a car length in front of him, and now goes to a clear second. Calderwood back to third, getting it all out of sorts on turn 2. There was Derek Dunn. In fourth spot there was Phil Hobbs. Sam Brumfield trying to get past Derek Dunn, and right behind him Stephen Laidlaw. Is a good battle for the last 3 cars there, but Peter McCarthy with about 2 and a bit laps to go. Careers past the finish line. In second place Neil Howard, third John Calderwood. Phil Hobbs trying to pick up those 2 in front of him. He's not making enough ground at the present time to pose any danger to these 2, because there's only a lap to go for Peter McCarthy, who's way out in front in car 46, and he's got this all parcelled up. Neil Howard in second place, and back to third with John Calderwood. But coming up to the last 2 corners, all Peter McCarthy takes out heat 1, round number 4. Second, Neil Howard. Third, John Calderwood, followed in by Phil Hobbs, Derek Dunn, Stephen Laidlaw, Sam Brumfield. And that was all that finished. We had 2 casualties, and that was Martin Howson and also Mark Simons.
Correct for the previous race.
Yes, all clear on that, Robbie.
Okay, so as you call them, 46 over the line, 41 and 13, just repeating the time of heat 1, 3:04.9. But now we're on to heat number 2, and we're about to go racing, and we do exactly that now. So into turn number 1 we go. A very, very tight bunch of cars as they go through turn 1 and 2. Terry Brown tucked down on the inside there in position 4, but up front was our pole setter Barry Ewell in car number 48. Okay, so around to complete the first lap, Ewell, number 47 there is Paul Egan. Now Egan looking for an inside run, just touches the back of the Ewell car. Terry Brown now gets rid of McEwen out of the road and fills third spot. Coming through into fourth spot is Ian Brims in the car number 76. Now back further, Bob Walling in the 64 machine, trying every which way possible to get through the crowd, but not able to make up too many spots at all. So too, back there further is car number 34, Trevor Mills, the big runner from last night. I think he's just about had a clean sheet at the moment, but not so at the moment. Now he gets massive understeer that allows Bob Walling to get in underneath him. He's now moved up another spot, so watch that dice between Walling in car number 64 and Trevor Mills in the 34 machine. And we've got a rollover! We've got a rollover. Number 28, David McEwen, up and over. Evan, and we're ready. We're racing. Paul Egan, very, very quick starter there. Following through is Barry Ewell, Terry Brown going with him as well. Now watch that dice I made mention before, and it was going to be between Trevor Mills and Bob Walling. Walling has just dropped back off the pace a little bit, but let's have a look up front. Now it's Indian file still. I don't see any position changes whatsoever during that first lap. Up front it's still Paul Egan leading Barry Ewell in car number 48. Terry Brown holding on to that third spot, doing nicely as well. Ian Brims, car number 76. Trevor Mills in the 34. Roof number, of course, we've got to go by this weekend, folks. Now, Terry Brown moves out. That allows Ian Brims to get in underneath and fill that third spot. Looking on the inside to take over another position would be Trevor Mills. He's going to do so as well. Mills and Brims just touch slightly as they enter turn number 1. Now, Mills up in the third spot. Brim goes wide. That fills Brown into fourth spot. Okay, so there were definitely a few changes there in that lap, but it's still our race leader in Paul Egan, Barry Ewell in second spot, and Trevor Mills has come a long way now up in the third spot. He's all over the back of the Ewell machine. So Barry Ewell's going to have to watch his mark here, otherwise Mills will be right through underneath or around. Trevor Mills just goes wide down the back chute. Bit of a dice on between Terry Brown in car number 9 and Ian Brims in 76. Bob Walling now on the scene. Okay, we're now with Brims having got past Brown up into fourth spot. So it's Ian Brims now after Trevor Mills. See if he can make up that little bit of lost ground. So still a good clear lead to car number 47 and Paul Egan. Back a little bit to Barry Yule in car number 48. Trevor Mills in third spot, holding on to that, but trying very desperately to make up on that position. Ian Brims, bit of space between he and Terry Brown, and Bob Walling in car number 64. Now there's the checkered flag. Over the line first is 47, 48 and 34. Trevor Mills, as he completes that one, not looking good, the amount of smoke that came out of the back of that vehicle. Of course, Ian Brims in fourth spot, Terry Brown fifth, and Bob Walling in sixth spot. As I saw them go over the line, car number 47, 48 and 34, but of course we're just waiting for the all clear to come through, but I can give you the official time for the last 8 laps was 2:04.1. Okay, the fire officials over there doing whatever. In the meantime,
what he's been through last night and again tonight. Okay, we're ready for a start here. The pole marker Ed Pearson, Mark Hunter Boyd on the outside of him. They're ready to go, and they're away. Oh, and a bit of trouble back in the field. Cars 7 and 57 getting tangled up a wee bit. And Shane Best still at the rear now. Ed Pearson leads, getting through into a good position into second spot. We'll pick this car up. It's car 44, Jeremy McClure. Getting to third there was Peter Jacobson through on the inside. And as they slow up going into the turn number 2 there. And let's take stock again. Ed Pearson in front. In second place there was Jeremy McClure. Steve Jacobson going very wide there, Mark Hunter Boyd. And he's being joined through on the inside by 59ers Wayne Millman. Shane Best following him through. He got past a couple of cars on turn 2 there. In fact, Shane Best pushing for the inside, gets Mark Hunter Boyd out of the way. Car 57 Grant Bird getting up on the inside of Shane Best, back at the tail. Car 7 Wayne McLaughlin. Here they go down the back again, and Ed Pearson leads. Now Steve Jacobson going for the inside line on Jeremy McClure. There wasn't enough room, so he had to back off. Back to fourth spot is 59, and that is Wayne Milburn. Right on his hammer was Grant Bird, who got a bit of a touch there. And Shane Best getting sort of the ham and the sandwich there. Not much room to move. Further back, car 62, which is Mark Hunter Boyd, and still bringing up the rear Wayne McLaughlin. Down the back again, and Ed Pearson doing it well. That's the place you want to be, out in front and clear. Your destiny is in your own hands out there. In second place, Jerry McClure. Steve Jacobson looking for the inside on McClure. Almost got through. He still has the inside. He'll get past him this time. Going into turn 3, and Jacobson through to second. Here they come into the straight. Ed Pearson lead. Jacobson the chaser. In third place there, Jeremy McClure, followed by Shane Best, who's through to fourth, followed in by Wayne Millman. Grant Bird, a good gap further back then to Mark Hunter Boyd and Wayne McLaughlin. Ed Pearson in front, but Peter Jacobson, I should say, has got him in his sight. He's only a car length behind him. Here's one that spun out, the Bird. Grant Bird spun out, but he's back on track. Now they come in with 3 laps to go. Ed Pearson just in front. Peter Jacobson goes to the inside. There's no room. He backs off. He's only a car length behind. In third place there, Jeremy McClure. Making up a lot of ground with Shane Best in the 23 car. He's up to fourth. And a good long gap further back there to Wayne Millman. Another lap completed. Ed Pearson, he knows he's got Peter Jacobson right on his hand. Oh, Pearson's turned it right around on turn number 3, and oh geez, the officials scatter everywhere as car 44 goes infield.
Number 2 stopped in the wall down here on 4, Terry. Go, Robbie.
Right, 62 against the wall. That's
93. Ed Pearson and Peter Jacobson.
Well, my goodness, only 2 laps to go, and the 2 leaders have been put rear of field.
We'll wait and see, Peter.
We'll wait and see. Peter Jacobson to lead them in. Oh, he's gone wide. He left a bit of a gap, but he's got the power. Shane Best holds down second. Wayne Millman in third, followed by Wayne McLaughlin. Down the back, a lap and a half to go. Peter Jacobson, he's got a bit of a gap now on Shane Best. Wayne Millman third. A lap to go. Oh, spinning out Grant Bird again. Well, he spun out before, and he's done it again. Jeremy McClure goes past him, and also Ed Pearson, but down the back. And number 6 78, Peter Jacobson comes up to the final two bands and down for the checkered flag. Second, 23, Shane Besh, 59. And that's Wayne Millman third, followed by car 7, Wayne McLaughlin, 44, Jeremy McClure, 57, Grant Bird, and 93, Ed Pearson. In an action-packed heat number 3, last 2 laps, 34.4 seconds.
Driving at the moment.
Position number 5. What have I got here? Here, beg your pardon, up into position 6. Bruce Rofe, 7, and Greg Walling. Yeah. Next time round, we should be going. We'll wait and see. There's the yellow light having gone out, so drivers know to get ready, and they come around turn 4, and they're off and racing. Very, very quick to jump to the lead was Paul Sheen in the 25 machine ahead of Marty Rams in second spot. Gary Paul. Oh, there's a bit of a touch between a couple of competitors there.
More than a touch, fellas. That was a big kiss.
Well, okay.
Mate, that was a bigger hit than Gone with the Wind.
Well, I saw something come flying off one of the vehicles, so no doubt Johnny Burton, Centerville, will move over and have a closer look at each of the cars involved with that one. Looks as though we're going to go racing. Looking ready for a start. Sheen again, nose in front, and off they go. It's again Paul Sheen ahead of Martin Rams there as they go through turn 1, 2 for the first time round. Craig Williams up in the third spot, and of course having lost a few has allowed Greg Walling to come up, and he's in fourth spot at the moment. Back a little bit further is the Darren Zahaski machine, and at the back of the field Gary Paul. So 6 out on the track at the moment. And now Walling looking for an inside run down the inside there of Craig Williams. Not successful this time. Williams bounces through turn 4 again. Walling comes back, but Williams shuts the gate on him as they go down the main chute. Now, this time round, Walling up on the inside, but Williams goes around. That upsets the run of Greg Walling, but Walling through anyway up in the third spot. That allows Darren Zahaski to look around the outside. Now looks like going to take over fourth spot, but doesn't do so. Williams fights back. So Zahaski tucks in behind him, and still Gary Paul at the back of the field. Now, this time through turn 3 and 4 again, Williams a little bit wide, but Zahaski lost touch with him and out of contention of making up a place there. So things are pretty well spread out, but up front, Paul Sheen, car number 25, doing very nicely, hanging around about the mid-track area. Marty Rams following suit, and making up a few positions, and making up a lot of ground on Marty Rams is that very nice looking car number 11 of Greg Walling, who's looking for an outside run. Will he get it? Follow him through the turn 3 and 4, folks. Walling around the outside, Rams on the inside, and Walling's got it. Walling takes over second spot, so it's now Sheen up the front, Walling in the second spot, Rams back in the third, and with the amount of laps we got to go, somewhere around about 6, is that enough time for Greg Walling to make up that ground between he in second spot and our race leader Paul Sheen up the front at the moment? Walling, the man on the move in this one, made up a lot of ground and up into second spot. So it's Paul Sheen the leader, Walling second spot there. Walling's made up a lot of ground as well. Gee, have a look at this guy go. So Paul Sheen is still our race leader. Walling in second spot. Then back a little bit further. There's a faulter there by Paul Sheen. It's allowed Walling to get a little bit closer again. Walling on the inside running there. Now ducks to the outside. So there could even be a race change of positions here. Walling up the inside, boots it. Not just enough power, backs off. Allows Sheen to take over the lead, or retain the lead, I should say. Now he'll just keep on just chipping away at the back of the Paul Sheen machine. Paul Sheen moves out a little bit. Is this enough room to let Greg Walling up the inside? No, it's not. Paul Sheen, only 1 lap to go. Can he hang on? Paul Sheen, our race leader at the moment, with only 1 lap. In second spot, Greg Walling. Walling, only 3/4 of a lap to go. No, Paul Sheen's done it again and just closed the gate. So I reckon it's going to be Paul Sheen come around and pick up the win in car number 25 to hang on all the way win. Paul Sheen in second spot. Car number 11, Greg Walling. Car number 8 over the line in third spot, Marty Rams. Then back a little bit further to Craig Williams, Gary Paul, and in the back of the field, Darren Zahaski. Well, put your hands together, folks, for the effort of Greg Walling there to come through the field and get so close but still so far away, but second spot still pretty good. The all clear, number 37, back then to Ross Bullymore in 66, and Alan Balshaw in 88, and at the back of the field, Andy Harrison in car number 24.
Take note, there's Alan Balshaw in 88, not David Interval. Michael Hazeldine holds the pole. Into turns on. Oh, there's panels galore. Come off on turn number 1 there.
Two cars are hooked up. Oh, he's got off it.
Oh, and who's gone to the infield? Yes, the amber light's on. There's a few cars got disadvantage there. One was pushed right to the infield, the red car. He had no option, though, from where I could see. Even complete one. Okay, come into the straight, as said. Michael Hazeldine on the pole, but on the outside, Darren Cockerell putting the pressure right on Hazeldine, holding the inside. Oh, spinning out car 54, and 54 here is Ron Watts, and the yellow lights are on once again. And he was next to come up in event number 10. Okay, here we go again. Take 3, and this time from the outside, Darren Cockerell heads off Michael Hazeldine. In third place there in car 37 is Greg Gartner. Now back on the inside is Ross Bullymore in 66, is getting it all signed on. 24, Andrew Harrison's passed a couple already in the red car, and he's going outside of Bullymore there. Further back there is car 54 of Ron Watts, and back at the tail is Alan Balshaw. Here they come into the straight. Darren Cockerell leads. Oh, going to the infield a bit there was Ross Bullymore, but he's back on track. Second place, Michael Hazeldine. Greg Gartner third. Up to fourth, and making up heaps of ground, Andrew Harrison in car 24. Then Ross Bullymore, followed by Ron Watts, and still Alan Balshaw brings up the tail. Well, it's on for young and old out in front here as Darren Cockerell is sneaking away a little bit from Michael Hazeldine. Cockerell goes a wee bit wide. Hazeldine follows him out, and Gartner was looking for the inside. Gee, Ross Bullimore's got handling problems here. He's all over the track, and he's back to the tail now as going past him, Ron Watts, and Alan Balshaw spun out on turn 2. Let's hope he can fire it up. Yes, he has. And he's back on track, Alan Balshaw. Now, here they go into the back once again, and Darren Cockerell is the leader over Michael Hazeldine. Greg Gartner trying to get past Hazeldine. He's going for the inside again. Hazeldine closes him off, gets a bit of a touch, followed in by Andrew Harrison. Then we have Ron Watts and Ross Bullymore. And, of course, after spinning out, tailing the field is Alan Balshaw. Shortly, Darren Cockerell, the leader, will be right up behind Balshaw, who will be a lap down. And Balshaw doing the right thing, going to the outside. He'll make sure that he doesn't balk the other drivers as they come into the straight once again, and Balshaw goes wide. Plenty of room for Darren Cockerell to get through. Second place there, Michael Hazeldine. Greg Gartner right on his back bumper though. Gartner's trying every which way to get past Hazeldine, but Hazeldine keeps closing the gaps. Here they come into the straight again. Darren Cockerell, Gartner had to ease off dramatically there as he got halfway past Hazeldine, but had to throttle off quickly. In fourth place, Andrew Harrison, followed by Ron Watts, and a long gap to Ross Bullymore. Here's the race leader with about 2 laps to go. Darren Cockerell. The interest is in second and third. Michael Hazeldine in car 17, holding out Greg Gartner. A lap and a bit to go. And here's the race leader, Darren Cockerell, into the straight with a lap to go. Now, Balshaw wants to get out of the way here of Michael Hazeldine and Greg Gartner, who are pushing for second and third place, but down the back is all Darren Cockerell, car 21, is going on to win. Michael Hazeldine in 17, still holding. Oh, he's gone wide. Gartner gets up on the inside, but 17 holds on. Third home was Greg Gartner in 37, then 24, followed by 54, 66, and car 88 going down the back straight. Now, the winner's time here was 3:06.4.
Salou and Jeff Blackburn on the front row, Greening and Earhart.
And Robbie, Mal Paul is back in the number 2 car, the one that broke the flywheel off when it belted the wall Friday night.
Aha, right. So a lot of work being done there. We'll see how Mal Paul goes in this one in the machine there in car number 2. There's probably problems for him, and right at the beginning of the start he allows all the other cars to go past, but gee, there's a big mix-up up the front there. Who's going to be the one to come out best out of that three-way car decision there as they went up the back chute? Oh, there's cars left, right and centre all over the place. Oh, they're getting pushed from pillar to post. Dave Redmond back there coming out a little bit worse for wear, so to speak. Lost a few spots, I'm sure, but Rod Brady, I reckon he picked up a couple up there in car number 3. Our race leader is car number 56 in Graham Earhart. So it's Earhart's getting an early lead on a couple of these other runners. Now Greening goes high and he's out of it at the moment. So gee, there's action aplenty in this one, that's for sure. It's Earhart comes around. Blackburn in second spot. 52 is Paul Salou holding on to third spot. Rod Brady back there in fourth. And back through the field we go now. 22 takes a bit of a sideways step. Jeff Blackburn loses 2 spots. He's out on the track again, but went from second back to fourth real quick. Salou there in second spot, but is he going to lose it to Rod Brady? Oh, I don't think so, but now we've got a problem here with car number 26 right underneath the commentary position, who moves away at the moment. It's where it is. Okay, back to the racing we go. And number 56, Earhart, the early race leader at the restart. Paul Salou in second spot, Brady back there into third, and Blackburn back there in fourth, and the rest then tailing the field thereafter. The first 4, or maybe 5, Max Carlin up there with the front runners as well. So it could be a 4 and a 5-way battle as the race progresses. Lots of laps to go, still 7 up on the board there. But gee, doing it well up front is Graham Earhart in that car number 56. Now Brady had a bit of a touch there with Salou, I'm sure, as they came through turn 3, 4. They sorted themselves out. Still Salou hanging on to second spot. Brady not letting him out of his sight though by any means. Now Jeff Blackburn looking for an outside run. Now switching back to the inside of Rod Brady. They go through turn 1, 2. Carlin seems to make up a lot of ground on Blackburn, but then loses it and drops back off the pace a little bit. But gee, a man that is on the pace is our race leader at the moment, Graham Earhart. Earhart, the further the race goes, the further away he goes from second runner in Paul Salou. So Graham Earhart doing it well. Something like about 4 laps to go. I'm sure he'll be able to hang on to that lead that he's got for another 4 laps. But what's going to happen for our minor positions, who knows? At the moment, the way they're running is real hot. Salou there in second spot. Pressure it all the way from Rod Brady. Blackburn again comes on the scene just to lend a helping hand to Brady. It's a 3-way battle for second, third and fourth between these guys. Graham Earhart there with only 1 lap to go. Salou, Brady and Blackburn. And just a lap a slower car. Our race leader coming around the top turn for the last time. Car number 56, Graham Earhart over the line there. And second spot's going to go to car number 52, Paul Salou. Rod Brady there in car number 3 and third. And in fourth spot will be car number 22, Jeff Blackburn. So that's the way I saw them go over the line. The first 4 place getters, 56 Earhart, 52 Salou, 3 Brady and 22 Blackburn, waiting for the official to...
I'm going to come into the straight, and I've got 8 of the best to go. Dave Hately, David Harding. 2 quickies on the front line, away they go. Dave Hately holding Harding. Oh, Harding got around him. Oh, he's gone wide though, and Hately got through on the inside to grab that lead. David Harding second. Steve Johnson through to third. A gap then to Andrew Keane, Doug Blankine, and back at the tail is Rob Stevens. They've completed a first lap, and have a look at Johnson. Steve Johnson goes through on the inside of David Harding to get to second, but the leader is Dave Hately. Hately in the 70 machine. Oh, Steve Johnson went very wide, came down and went into the side of Harding unit there. Oh, Johnson's all over the track. Andrew Keane sneaking up there in fourth spot.
Oh, look at that one.
Johnson. Well, he was all over the place over the last lap. I don't know if he's got steering problems or what. Him down the back. The lights are out. Should be a goer. Away they go. Green light comes on. Dave Hately away fast. David Harding second. Then Andrew Keane. Blankine. Followed in by Stevens and Johnson. Johnson back at the tail. Oh, Blenkiron slowed dramatically there going into turn 1. And the other two behind him had to back off rather quickly. Now Dave Hadley leads David Harding. Gee, he's out after him. He's not going to let him get away. Andrew Keane, as I mentioned before, that stoppage is making up ground, but in fact this time he's dropping back a wee bit, but he's got third all passing up at the moment. A long gap to Doug Blenkiron, followed by Rob Stevens and Steve Johnson, as Blenkiron goes infield, back out onto the track again, and down the back Dave Hadley. His danger with about 3 laps to go, and the only danger David Harding, but he has quite a few car lengths behind him. Andrew Keane third, and a long way back to the other 3. There are Blenkiron, Stevens and Johnson. Here's the race leader, 2 laps to go. Dave Hadley, David Harding, Andrew Keane, and I think that's the way they're going to finish. A lap and a half to go. There's Blenkiron, also Stevens and Johnson. But here they come in for the white flag, signifying 1 lap to go in car number 70. Dave Hadley way out in front. 27, David Harding second, and third Andrew Keane, and here they come in. And Blenkiron got problems with this car, but Dave Hadley goes down to win as the lights come on. Second, David Harding, Andrew Keane third, and the lights came on.
Sloper to bring them in. And Nev Hall. Watch Nev Hall from the outside on the front row, and they're off and racing. Nev Hall, as expected, ahead of Sloper into turn number 1. Oh, track a little bit greasy for a couple of competitors. They all get through turn 1, 2 safely. Steve Vaughan gets a punt from behind from Pearson in the 55 machine. Murphy in all sorts of bother, drops back a couple of places, but Nev Hall at the top of the field there, going further and further ahead. Sloper still hanging on to second spot. Worthley there in third, back to Steve Vaughan. Pearson, Steve Murphy there, and at the back of the field in car number 2 is Darryl Fishlock. Worthley puts the car sideways and pulls to the inside of the track there through turn 3, 4. He's going to come to a stop. I would imagine we'll see a yellow light when we do during track grade from round 4 to this one. Okay, well, let's go back to racing in the super sedans, the Coca-Cola super sedans. They're off and running once again. They've gone past the Witch's Hat. And again, up the front, it's Nev Hall open up a mammoth lead already, whilst Fishlock goes in turn 1, but goes extremely wide. Worthley slows at the back of the field. Now nose to tail as they come around to complete yet another lap, and it's still Nev Hall in car number 4. Jason Sloper hanging on to that second spot in 3. Now drifting wide. That's going to allow Steve Vaughan up the inside. Oh, Vaughan chips away, and Vaughanie, I reckon, is going to come out of turn 4. No, he drops back a little bit. And, of course, Murphy caught up in all of that as well at the back of the Vaughan machine. It loses a lot of ground. So Steve Murphy, all of the good work that he did has been brought undone in a big way. Now Sloper still hanging on to that second spot. Oh, big car for Vaughan to have to get around. Vaughnie's quite well aware of that. Now Sloper's gone wide. This is what Vaughnie's been waiting for. Vaughan through. So Steve Vaughan, 67, takes over second spot, relegating Sloper back into third. Still Pearson hanging on to fourth, and Steve Murphy can't seem to come to grips with whether it be the track or fellow competitors tonight in fifth. Fishlock back there further, and Barry Worthley at the back of the field with only 1 lap to go for our race leader. And it's going to be an all-the-way win, I'm sure, to Nev Hall. Second spot still there. Steve Vaughan. Sloper, but hey, the checkered flag's being waved to our race leader, a half a lap ahead of second. But Nev Hall goes over the line to get the win there. Second place there to Steve Murphy in 67. Jason Sloper in 3 in third spot, with Steve Murphy coming up and filling 4th spot in the car 74. So the way I saw them go over the line, 4, 67, 3 and 74.
Best on the pole, Ian Brims. In 76 outside of him, then 24 Andrew Harrison, Phil Obbs in the 51 car, the 93 Ed Pearson, and car 9 Terry Brown. 12 of the best and are about to roll. Graham West holding the inside from Ian Brims into turn 1, and it's West the inside, Brims the outside, West going wide, taking the running there of Brims as they come into turn 3 and 4. and it is Graham West leading after one lap. Or Andrew Harrison trying to get off, and Phil Hobbs trying to push him back where he came from. While this has been happening, Terry Brown got past both of them. Let's watch this quartet back at the tail. Terry Brown, Andrew Harrison, Phil Hobbs and Ed Pearson. They're pushing for position, and while this is happening up front, Graham West has gone very, very wide on turn 2, and this has allowed Ian Brims to get up on his inside. Well, there is 3 pairs, as you might say, and Ian Brims has gone to the lead from Graham West. Terry Brown is third, then Phil Hobbs trying to get up inside of him. Back to second last, Ed Pearson, and Andrew Harrison, who was up third early, and dropped back to the tail. Here they're about to complete another lap, and Ian Brims opening up a bit of a gap here over Graham West. In third spot, Terry Brown. Phil Hobbs putting the pressure on him for that position. Good gap then to Ed Pearson and Andrew Harrison as they've completed about 4 laps and coming into the straight once again, and Ian Brims leads. And his advantage is getting greater. Over in second place, Graham West. Terry Brown still third. Phil Hobbs trying ever so hard. Oh, going very wide, Terry Brown, and Phil Hobbs says thank you very much and zips through on the inside, and now Hobbs is into third. Terry Brown relegated to fourth. Ed Pearson making up a wee bit of ground on those two, and a gap then to Andrew Harrison back at the tail as the leader is about to come into the home straight with 5 laps to travel, and I speak of Ian Brims. He's going further ahead here of Graham West. He's got a good gap. He's pretty safe in second place. A good gap then to Phil Hobbs in third, then Terry Brown, Ed Pearson and Andrew Harrison. Now, having a look at this third spot here, Phil Hobbs, Terry Brown, who lost it a couple of laps ago to Phil Hobbs, is trying to make up that ground and put pressure on Hobbsy. But at this stage, Phil Hobbs has that third place pretty much in his keeping. But here they go, another lap down with about 2 and a bit to go. And it's Ian Brims way out in front. Graham West in second spot, Phil Hobbs third, followed by Terry Brown, Ed Pearson and Andrew Harrison. And as they come into the straight with 2 laps to go, for the leader, Ian Brims over Graham West. And Pearson got it a bit wobbly there on turn 4, but here's the winner coming into the straight, car 76, Ian Brims, over car 39, Graham West. 51, Phil Hobbs will get third in front of number 9, Terry Brown, 93, Ed Pearson, and 24, Andrew Harrison. That's the order in which they'll finish as the winner goes over the line. Graham West, Phil Hobbs, Terry Brown, Ed Pearson, and Andrew Harrison. As the winner's time about to be posted, 3 minutes point 306.1. 306.1.
In this one, on the pole, Neil Watson in the 35 machine. Martin Rams alongside of him in the inside on the second row. Looks like it's going to be Greg Walling. And they're coming around now to get a start. Looks good, and away they go. 2 front runners there. The better of the 2 was Neil Watson, who got the jump over Martin Rams. And there's a car gone into turn 1 and backed it around, facing the wrong way. There's a bit of panel come from one of the vehicles out there laying on the track. And we're getting ready to go racing again, and away we go again. The Watson machine very, very quick off the start, and Walling came from on the second row there, makes a bit of an impression. Now he's going to move up into second spot on the inside of Martin Rams. So Greg Walling now up into second. It's a good tussle between second and third there, Walling and Rams. Rams now back on the inside, fights back at Greg Walling. Walling's all clear and got that second spot at the moment. So our race leader, 35, Neil Watson, comes around to complete yet another lap. Greg Walling, Martin Rams, back there to Bullymore. Mason a little further back, Blackburn. And at the back of the field there is number 57, Grant Bird. And things are getting a little bit spread out now. The front 3 in particular have broken away from the latter bracket. Bullymore goes wide, allows Mason to come on the inside there, and Bird, having had more problems with that handling side of things, goes to the infield once again. So now having problems selecting gears, but do so now. I hope he can realise there's out of their road. But gee, up front now, it's still Watson hanging on to that lead, but how long can he hang on to it for? Because Greg Walling is pouncing on him. He's made up a lot of ground. The yellow light is on. There's a spun or a vehicle over there in difficulty. Car number 22, Jeff Blackburn. And as they come around, have a look at Walling chipping away at the back of the Watson machine. They're off and running once again. Watson, early to sink that boot into it. Going with him is Walling. Opened up a little gap over Martin Rams already. And then it's very, very tight with the remainder of the competitors at the back of the field there. I think Neil Watson seems to have the better of Walling at the moment. Walling just waiting. Will he get the opportunity to pounce? Oh, there's a couple of cars there. There's Bird, I think, created that. And a very quick thinking Jeff Blackburn. Neil Watson anxiously watching for the green lights and or flag, and they're gone now, so away we go. As Neil Watson gets off to another good start. Walling follows through. Once again, they're Indian filers that go through turn 1, 2. Walling can't seem to make up a lot of ground on Neil Watson up front. Watson's flying. 35, car number 35, Neil Watson at the front of the field at the moment, still only just ahead of Greg Walling in car number 11. Watson goes wide. Walling not there, able to make up that move. So the front runners again open up a little gap over third place. Get a Martin Rams. Ross Bullymore seems to be puffing a little bit of smoke, I think, from the back of the car there. What appeared to be a bit anyway. Peter Mason looks for an inside run up the back chute, not able to get it. Peter Mason now this time as they come around turn 4. Again looking for the inside run, but not able to get enough speed down the back chute to pass Ross Bullymore. While the action's up front. 4 laps to go, now only about 3 to go for Neil Watson. Can he withstand the pressure that Greg Walling has thrown at him for the last 9 laps? There's problems with the Watson machine. Oh, what rotten luck. You wouldn't dream about it, fair dinkum. Car number 35, Neil Watson there, all sorts of bother. He's going to head infield, so that's left an absolute clear run for Greg Walling to take over the lead. And I'm sure he will go on with only 1 lap to go to take out the race. Greg Walling, car number 11. Martin Rams in second. Now, going to be anxious to watch the finishes here for 3rd, 4th and 5th, and they have all come to a grinding hold on turn 1 and 2. Now, the yellow light came on, of course. So we've still got 1 lap remaining in this one. Flag being held aloft. So I'm pretty sure the race winner is going to go to car number 11 in Greg Walling.
McEwen and the back marker Neil Howard in 41. And we're ready for a start. Ready to roll. Jerry McClure in 44, being headed off by Barry Yule on the outside. Barry Yule went wide. McClure's got the inside. Shane Best tries to get up inside McClure, and they bump. But Barry Yule now takes the lead. And second place, Jeremy McClure. Shane Best third. Car number 4, Redmond 4, Sam Brumfield. All over the top of Dave Hilliard, and around the outside goes Peter Jacobson, followed in by Neil Howard and David McEwen, just ambling along at the tail. Here to complete another lap, and Barry Yule out in front. In second spot there, Jeremy McClure, third, Shane Best. They're getting away from the others, Dave Redmond in fourth, Peter Jacobson fifth, followed in by Sam Brumfield, Dave Hilliard, Neil Howard, and still David McEwen brings up the rear as they go past the judge. Barry Yule got a little bit of a gap there in front over Jeremy McClure, and third place was Shane Best. Now Dave Redmond being passed around the outside by Peter Jacobson. Jacobson in 78 gets past Dave Redmond and moves into fourth place, and he's out after these front 3 place getters. A good gap then to Brumfield, followed in by Hilliard, Howard, and David McEwen has spun out on turn 2. Can he fire the car up and get out of the way? I don't know. Yes, he's reversed back in. Oh, and here's a couple. Stewards went everywhere. Brumfield and Howard came together, and the yellow light came on in field. Okay, the lights have gone out, and are about to go again with 7 laps to go. Barry Yule leads the parade. Jeremy McClure Shane Best, Peter Jacobson. He's a lot closer this time with the restart in car 78. He's up in 4th place. Is Peter Jacobson, followed by Dave Redmond. Here to come into the straight, Barry Yule, Jeremy McClure, Shane Best, Peter Jacobson, and not far behind them, Dave Redmond. The gap back then to Brumfield, who's got plenty of understeer there, and going past him, Neil Howard. Dave Hellier going around the outside of Brumfield also. Although Dave Hellier's got problems, he's out to the outside of the track. I'm not sure what happened there. Getting past him, David McEwen, and Hellier's back on track again and out and chasing the field. Here to come into the straight once again, Barry Yule in front. Jeremy McClure putting the pressure on him though. In 3rd place, Shane Best, with Peter Jacobson trying every which way to get past Best. There's no room. I think you'll have to go around the outside, Peter Jacobson. You're going to get past Shane Best. The gap then to Dave Redmond and Neil Howard. Here to go into the back, Barry Yule. He's led for most of the way. Well, Dave Hellier, there must be something wrong with that car, because he's a lot better driver than that. He's all over the place, but Barry Yule leads. Jeremy McClure trying to get up on his inside as they go into turn 2, but Yule's got enough pace to hold him out. Shane Best. Here's Jacobson coming round the outside of Best. Oh, but he got it all out of sorts. And Shane Best has held third. It was a good battle further back in the field for 5th and 6th. And I speak of Dave Redmond and Neil Howard. So there's plenty to keep you occupied here with the last corners coming up. 48 down to the line to win it. Barry Yule over 44. Jeremy McClure. 78. Peter Jacobson got past Shane Best to get 3rd. Best to 4th. Then Redmond, Howard, Brumfield and McEwen, and Dave Hellier, who had plenty of problems tailing the field. The last 7 laps here in 1:48.8.
Track, that's one consolation. Right, looking for a start this time round. Event 13, heat number 4, and we're off and running. Orson down the outside ahead of Millman. Takes over the run, but Salau looking for the run up the inside there as well. As the cars exit turn 2, sorting themselves out. McLaughlin lost a place or 3. And, and fighting back is he too. Oh, car 58 goes for a spin around. Craig Williams. And again, Orson on the outside looks for a quick run, but not able to get it this time because Millman knew exactly what he was going to do up front. So now Orson switches back to the inside and overtakes Millman down the back chute. So our early race leader, with only 1 lap completed, is Martin Orson there in 1st spot. In 2nd spot there is 59, I beg your pardon, in Millman. And now Salau looking on the inside with Paul up on the outside there in position number 4. And Bob Walling has slipped back through the field to the back there. A bit unusual to see Bob Walling hovering around the back of the field.
You got a good push out on turn 1 last lap, Robbie.
Okay, well I didn't cite that one, Peter, but have a look what is happening throughout the race there. But gee, our early leader has now got off to a very nice little buffer between he and 2nd spot. Now there's a problem down here on turn 4 between McLaughlin and car number 2, Mal Paul.
Pulling up.
Absolutely no hope. I wouldn't mind suggesting there's a problem, Horsam, to bring him in. Millman hot on his heels. Salau looking for a run. There's the green light. They're off and racing again. So let's watch them as they go through the first turn. Wayne Millman gets it all out of shape, and Paul Sheen nowhere to go. Ploughed right into him mid-chips. Have a look at the damage. We can even see that from here. Following him, Paul Salou. And we're going to go racing this time round, and we do exactly that. So Salou was right up behind Horson with a bit of a gap there to the other runners as they go through the first couple of turns on this, the 3rd restart. Looking good coming around the top turn. Have a look at Salou, just working away at the back of the horse and machine. Up high on the track goes Gardner. He's fighting back though with a big run, the big slingshot down the back chute. He's got past 58 there, and will he get past the Paul machine? I think he will, because now Greg Gardner has made himself up into 3rd spot. And Let's have a look back a little bit further. Paul Sheen doing well with that damaged front right of that car. And Bob Walling hasn't made up any places at all with Mal Paul in the back of the field there. Oh, Gary Paul turns right going down the back chute. And now Paul Sheen has a bit of a bump into him. That allows Sheeny to get past. So too is Walling underneath a couple of cars there. So both Paul Sheen and Bob Walling picking up a couple of spots. 58 there trying to tap back Craig Williams. Oh, Gary Paul and Williams. Bit of a box on between these two competitors. Now Williams puts the car around. The yellow light comes on with car number 19. I reckon might have even offered a helping hand in that situation with the damaged front end. But here we go, racing again. Orson, Zalou, Gardner and Sheen. The front four are tight, especially the front two. Have a look at them, Orson and Zalou down the back chute. Orson, 3 laps to go. Still hanging on to that front position. But now Greg Gardner offers a big run around the outside of Zalou, but goes wide. All his good work unstuck there. Sheen too in on the action again. Oh, things are tight up front. Things are very tight with only a few laps remaining. There's a flag being shown to Craig Williams. But big interest up front, as I say, with only 1.5 laps to go. Watch the cars come around this time to collect the white flag indicating 1 lap to go. Now there's a good looking lineup of 5 cars going into turn 1 at the moment. Will that be the way they finish? Half a lap will tell. Down the back chute for the last time. Here we go. Martin Hawson to come around in car number 10. 52. Paul Zalou in second spot. 37 is Greg Gardner over the line in third. I reckon it was 25 then in Paul Sheen ahead of Bob Walling in car number 64. That's the way I saw them go over the line.
And I think that Barry Paul car, the front left, a flat tyre there, and I think he had problems the last few laps going around car 19.
Well, with a flat tyre, of course, no doubt you would have.
This is heat number 5. John Calderwood. He's been pretty competitive throughout the series. He's going to have to pull out all stops. He's got the pole and he wants to hang on to it. He's got a bit side on, but Calderwood just going to hold. Derek Dunn now. Oh, Calderwood still holding. Who's this going between cars with a great burst? 47, Paul Egan. But John Calderwood holds the lead. Egan gets the second. Derek Dunn. Then Greg Storer in 27. 54 is Ron Watts. And back to the tail is, well, we're missing one. There's one over there on the infield.
Car parked over the back here, Terry, just on the infield.
Yeah,
32 car.
32 car, that's Stephen Laidlaw. So he's pushed to the infield, no yellow lights on. And down the back, excuse me, and the leader is now Greg Storer. No, sorry, 47, Paul Egan leading. John Calderwood second, Derek Dunn third, then Greg Storer, followed in by 54 Ron Watts, and back at the tail Darren Cockerell. Oh, hitting the outside wall down the back is car 27 Greg Storer. Not sure what happened there, but he was riding up against the wall down that back straight. But going away for a clear lead here is Paul Egan. John Calderwood holding down second, then Derek Dunn. Moving up the fourth spot there was Ron Watts, making up good ground. Greg Storer having a few problems and right on his bumper. Yeah, Storer just got a little bit of a bump there back at the tail by Darren Cockerell. Here to come into the straight, still about 6 laps to go. Half the distance completed, and it's still Paul Egan out in front. John Calderwood holding down second. A good gap then to Derek Dunn. He's being pressured here by getting up in his inside and getting past him now. Ron Watts. Watts gets to third. Derek Dunn back to fourth. A good long gap to Greg Story. And Darren Cockerell is trying ever so hard to get past him. Only about 4 laps to go. And it's all Paul Egan at the moment. And he doesn't look to have too many problems out in front. The car's handling well, he's driving well. And he's out on his lonesome. John Calderwood second. Greg Story back at the tail. Problems again. He's tailed out now. But Paul Egan leads John Calderwood. Ron Watts is third, then Derek Dunn trying to get that third spot back off of Watts. But Watts is holding third pretty clearly. A good long gap then to Darren Cockerell and Greg Story with 2 and a bit laps to go. There goes Paul Egan, car 47, well clear over John Calderwood. Ron Watts is third, Derek Dunn fourth, but as they come up to turns 3 and 4 with 1 lap to go, that's for the leader, Paul Egan. John Calderwood, car 13 second, 54 Ron Watts, 14 Derek Dunn, followed in by 21 Darren Cockerell and 27 Greg Story. But they come into the final 2 quarters and car 47, Paul Egan down to the checkered flag. Second, 13, John Calderwood, 54, Ron Watts third. Close up, 14, Derek Dunn. Then 21, Darren Cockerell and 27, Greg Story. And the only non-finisher was Stephen Laidlaw, 59. We do also have the all clear on event 13 and 14.
All
Back
right.
to you.
Well, thank you very much. So as we move now on to this one, event number 15, heat 6, and let's go. And they all sink their boot into it. And into the first turn, fairly tightly bunched. Who's going to come out the best at the moment? And it's going to be Mike Hazeldine. Following around the outside goes Graham Earhart as well in the 56 machine, looking for a run around the outside. Maybe this time round on Hazeldine. Oh, good. Hazeldine there holds Earhart out. Good driving there by Hazeldine to hold that front running, but now Earhart swings back to the inside. The 2 cars are very close. They enter turn 3. It's still Hazeldine completed the second lap and still holding off that lead from Earhart, who's trying everything possible. He's tried the high line, he's tried the low line.
Max, we've got a couple around on turn 1.
There we are, 46. Peter McCarthy has turned it back to front. Yellow light has gone out, so we're going to get a start this time round. 10 laps still remaining. There we go, we're off and running. Now Rod Brady looks for an inside run on Darren Sahusky, and I think he's going to get it as they exit too. The 2 of the cars come together. At the back of the field, there's a few problems there too for Greening and Neil Moss. Now Greening has come to a stop. Neil Moss rejoins the other competitors out onto the track. And unfortunately, Dave Greening has gone nowhere, and yellow light comes on. Hazeldine done a great job for this many laps so far. See how much further he can hold on to that front running. Graham Earhart there and all sorts of bother. Go wide. And Rod Brady, I think, gave McCarthy a bit of a punt in the backside due to Earhart slowing at the restart. But they're all sorted out now and they're underway. It's Hazeldine up the front of the field. Peter McCarthy. Oh, Sahusky getting out of shape. Carlin come from near the back of the field and making a big run around the outside. He's going to take over 3rd spot. Sahusky there 4th. Brady into 5th. Then back through the field, Greening, Moss, and Alan Balshaw in the back of the field. The man that looked so hot to trot earlier on, Graham Earhart. Okay, we've got a new race leader, Peter McCarthy. Peter McCarthy in the lead. Mike Hazeldine there in 2nd spot. That's Peter McCarthy, the race leader. And have a look at these 2 under the commentary position at the moment. That's Sahusky and Brady. Neck and neck they were going down the back chute, but Brady having the better of the 2. Brady now moves up into 4th spot. Dave Greening retiring from this one. He's got problems there with that little escort. Greening, centre field. He's out of it. But McCarthy up front. McCarthy, the controller of this race. The last heat on the program. Looking for a win in this one to maximise points. Peter McCarthy with now somewhere around about 4 laps to run. Head of the field. Hazeldine in 2nd spot. Carlin there in 3rd. But I reckon it might be Rod Brady that's fighting back to try and take over that 3rd spot from him. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th. The runners there in those respective positions are getting tighter. They go through turn 3, 4. Hazeldine with only 2 laps to go. Can he hold on to that 2nd spot? He's going to come under all sorts of pressure with Max Carlin running hot behind him. There's a lap to go, folks. Well, it's going to be McCarthy, I'm sure, that'll take this one out, but 2nd, 3rd and 4th is going to be ever so tight. Have a look at this. The last chance now. 2 more corners to negotiate. And here's our race winner coming around to collect the checkered flag. Peter McCarthy, car number 46. And over the line, in 2nd spot goes car 17. in Hazeldean. Max Carlin in car 12 in third, and Rod Brady hung on to fourth spot in car number 3. Again, that's the way I saw them go over the line.
And Les Baker took out the first round tonight, but he's back at the tail this time. Ross Wright, Glenn Goonan on the outside as they charge into turn 1. Oh, Ross Wright and Glenn Goonan tangled up a wee bit. Travis Moore on the inside got shoved out the road, followed by Les Baker, Darryl Wright, and Brett Price into the back of Darryl Wright, and we'll have a stoppage here. Yellow line, and it's still been. And Ross Wright going to lead them in. Glenn Goonan outside of him, and away they go. Ross Wright holds the lead. Oh, he gets it all side on. Gee, there's still a lot of jostling for positions, but Ross Wright held them out from Glenn Goonan. Oh, Glenn Goonan touched the back of Ross Wright. Travis Moore, Les Baker and Brett Price. Oh, gee, they're all... here we go, take 3. Ross Wright, Glenn Goonan, Les Baker, Darryl Wright. Here they go. Ross Wright held the lead. Les Baker through to second. Darryl Wright through to third. They ease off. Oh, Travis Moore side on again. Brett Price did a good job to ease back. Oh, and here's trouble. Bouncing all over the track was Les Baker, but he kept it back down on his all fours. Ross Wright leads. Darryl Wright after him. Les Baker third. Glenn Goonan, Travis Moore, Brett Price. You wanted action, you've got it. Darryl Wright after Ross Wright. Ross Wright holding it into turn 3 and 4. Darryl Wright going for the pole. Les Baker bouncing all over the track. Then Glenn Goonan, Travis Moore and Brett Price. Oh, Darryl Wright got past Ross Wright there with a quick move down the back straight. And Darryl Wright takes over. Ross Wright second. Gee, they're throwing a lot of dust up. I think we're due for this track grade. Third place, Les Baker, then Glenn Goonan, Travis Moore and Brett Price. A lap and a bit to go. Darryl Wright into the white flag. Ross Wright second, Les Baker third. Les Baker gets up inside Ross Wright. Can he get through to second? What a great drive by Les Baker. I thought he was nearly gone, a lap and a bit to go. Oh, Ross Wright in the back of Baker's car and 28 wins. Les Baker second, Glenn Goonan got third. Oh, gee, what an action-packed event, to say the least.
Well, that was...
In the super side of things, and we've got 8 laps coming up, so bringing them around is Andrew Keane on the front row and Steve Murphy alongside of him, and let's go. So as we head into turn number 1, oh, very cautiously, but it's still Keane on the inside. Murphy fights back, goes for a big run around the outside, but drops back a little bit. Oh, a little bit of meat in the sandwich was Nev Hall. Got squeezed out of it, so Nev Hall's going to have to make up a bit of lost ground there. And now looks like Murphy is going to take over the lead from Andrew Keane. Keane left the gate open, and I reckon he might even nearly leave the gate open for Hall this time round. Also, Murphy gets out of shape, but still holds on to that number 1 spot, and that upset the run that Nev Hall was trying to attack on the front runners. And Pearson at the back of the field there, with Rob Stevens having made up 1 place over him. But the action's up front with the 3 front runners. Murphy, and now in the second spot goes Neville Hall in the car number 4. Andrew Keane there in car number 10. And then into 4th spot, Rob Stevens, and at the back of the field is Steve Pearson. Well, Steve Murphy out in the lead, but understeered something chronic then that allowed Nev Hall to make up a lot of lost ground up tight underneath him, but Murphy down on the pole line and left Hall nowhere to go. So Hawley dropped back a little bit, so a bit of ground now to be made up. Again, another lap completed, Murphy in the lead. Nev Hall, Andrew Keane and the 3 front runners. Keeney dropping back through the event a little bit. Hawley goes wide, exiting turn number 2, loses lots of ground, but he's still got that second spot fairly well secured from here. Steve Murphy in the front of the field in car 74, the big purple monster. And there's only about 1 and a bit laps to go for Steve Murphy. Sees that white flag indicating 1 lap to go. Steve Murphy, our race leader. Nev Hall in second spot. Andrew Keane, Rob Stevens and Steve Pearson I reckon that's about the way it's going to finish, because around the last turn, 2 turns, comes our race leaders. And over the line, in first spot goes Steve Murphy in car number 74. Car number 4, Neville Hall, and Andrew Keane in car 10 will pick up third spot, Rob Stevens. And then at the back of the field is Steve Pearson in car number 55.
To the infield, the lights go out. Steve Johnson. He'll be hard to beat from the pole, Johnson. Away he goes, and he holds the lead easily from Barry Wordley, who tries to get up on the inside. Oh, Johnson goes wide, holds him out. Dave Harding gets the second. Steve Vaughan pushing through inside Barry Wordley, and also Jason Sloper inside Wordley. So Wordley out to be in equal pole. Oh, David Harding came out, and Steve Johnson got the short back and sides off him. Steve Vaughan into third place. Barry Wordley and Jason Sloper together. A bit of smoke coming out of one of those cars. Not sure which one it is. Further back, Dave Haitley and Daryl Fishlock bringing up the rear. It's the Wordley car that's blowing a bit. Or panel rubbing on the tyre, I'm not sure which. But into the straight. And David Harding or Steve Johnson gone very wide. This allows Steve Vaughan. No, he didn't have the toe to get up on the inside. Johnson wide again on turn number 2, and now Vaughan gets past him. Steve Vaughan hunts the pole line, gets underneath Johnson, and coming from near the tail of the field, Dave Haitley moves up dangerously into the placings, but in the meantime it's David Harding way out in front. Steve Vaughan second. Oh, Johnson into the back of Steve Vaughan and pushes him towards the infield, and the amber light comes on, about to do that. Away they go. David Harding leads Steve Vaughan, but not by as big a margin as did prior to the stoppage. Dave Haitley putting pressure on the Vaughan car for that second spot. Good gap to Jason Sloper, Daryl Fishlock, Steve Johnson and Barry Wordley. His car's not going well at all. Well, David Harding zoomed away from Steve Vaughan here. He's opening up the gap that he had before. Now tangling up with Vaughan is Dave Haitley. Further back is Daryl Fishlock getting past Jason Sloper, Steve Johnson, and plenty of problems with the Wordley cars, blowing a lot of smoke out of the back. Into the back, and David Harding well out in front. Now Dave Haitley's got past Steve Vaughan into second spot, and making up a lot of ground also Daryl Fishlock. But in the last lap, and David Harding way out in front. He's got no problems of taking this out. Dave Haitley second. The Steve Vaughan car smoking a fair bit there. And he'll come in third. The 67 car blowing a lot of smoke. Then Daryl Fishlock, Jason Sloper, Steve Johnson and Barry Wordley. This will be a start. 10 laps, and Daryl Wright on pole leads Ross Wright. End of turn 1. Daryl Wright leads Ross Wright right on his tail. Glenn Goon, all Les Baker's got side on turn 2, lost a lot of ground, and this allowed Brett Price up to 4th spot. He's completed the first lap, and Daryl Wright out in front over Ross Wright, Glenn Goonan. Sort of back there, Brett Price, and Les Baker's got a lot of work to catch up. Albeit he's still got 8 laps to go. And Daryl Wright getting away. Glenn Goonan got it all out of shape there on turn 4, but he still held third place, second to Ross Wright. Then Brett Price and Les Baker catching up with Brett Price, trying to get up inside him, and there was no room. He had to ease off. Here they go past the post once again. Now Les Baker gets past Brett Price and relegates him back to the tail. Past the pit corner, and Daryl Wright making every post a winner. He zoomed right away from the field. Ross Wright second, then Glenn Goon and Les Baker, and Brett Price bringing up the tail. About 6 laps to go. And here he is, Daryl Wright from pole position straight to the front, and he's really opening up a big gap over Father Ross. Now Les Baker getting up inside Glenn Goon, and they bumped heavily on turn 1 there. No damage though. Les Baker's got past Glenn Goonan, who got into the back of him there. Glenn Goonan trying to come back at Les Baker, and a good gap to Brett Price, but down the back, and it's all Daryl Wright. 3 and a bit laps to go. Ross Wright holding down second. Les Baker's made up an enormous amount of ground. Remember that he got it all out of sorts on lap 1 and tailed off, but he's up to third. Right behind him is Glenn Goonan. 2.5 laps to go, and here's Darryl Wright coming into the straight. The others going into turn 3, and that is Ross Wright, Les Baker, Glenn Goonan all over the place, and back to the tail, Brett Price. But here's the leader with 1 lap to go, Darryl Wright. Good go for second and third here, Ross Wright, Les Baker trying hard. Ross Wright still holding down second as Darryl Wright comes up for the checkered flag. Les Baker goes wide, he goes round the outside of Ross Wright. He thought there was the only chance because Ross wouldn't let him through the inside, but Ross held second. Les Baker third, followed by Glenn Goonan and Brett Price. The modified rod feature.
Earhart on the inside, Storer on the outside, coming around this time. The first pole shuffle is about to get underway. Here we go, 1 lap to do it in, and who's going to do it? Earhart on the inside. He's got a good lead over Greg Storer. Now, can Storer fight back on him? We'll have to wait and see. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. Here we go, the checkered flag. So there we are. Harrison in car number 24. This is one. It's going to be on between Earhart, who won his first round. Harrison on the inside. Earhart seemed to get the jump. Into turn 1 goes Earhart. Harrison fighting back. Earhart higher on the track. Gets a little bit of extra drive coming out of turn 2 and got that break over Harrison. But Harrison fighting back. But gee, just the nose in front only by Earhart. He's going to get that one. Bob Walling, car number 64 to the inside. Walling on the inside. Earhart. Walling quick to get the boot into it. Nose in front as they go into the first turn. Oh, I think Walling's got this one shot to pieces. A couple of car lengths over Earhart already as they go down the back straight. Walling looking very smooth coming through turn 3, 4 and takes this one out. Here we go. There it is, the start. Walling still up high on the track. Both level pegging as they go through turn 1 and 2. I reckon Carlin's got the nose in the lead. And Walling fights back, but I think he's going to run out of time. But Carlin goes wide. Walling's there, but not able to capitalise on it. It's going to be Carlin takes that one out. Sheen and Carlin. Sheen off to a good start. Carlin runs with him. But, oh, look at this. Both drivers are going very well. Egan down the back chute, goes into the top turn there. And have a look at this. It's going to be Carlin comes around the outside. It's going to be Carlin.
Really rough and raggedy on Friday night too, Robbie.
Well, he's done it well, and he's going to do it real well by the early stages of this one anyway. He got off to a good start, but Carlin fights back. Carlin looking for a big run around the outside of Hazeldine. Oh, down the back chute, it's still Hazeldine holds out Carlin. Can Carlin fight back and get at him? Hazeldine's not going to let it happen. It's... oh, very close over the finishing line, but I'm pretty sure it was Hazeldine on the inside. The game was 15.8. Exactly the same time as the previous two, but again Hazeldine off to a good start. Salou fights back on the inside. I think Salou's got the better of Hazeldine this time. Up the back chute, it's going to be Salou all the way. Head through the top turn. Oh, here we go. Fighting back was Hazeldine, but not able to do it. It's Paul Salou that takes that one out. Oh, very close as they come out of turn 4, and have a look at this. Into turn 1, Salou's got the nose in front. Howard doing what he possibly can to fight back on him, getting second wind up the back chute, but it's not going to be enough. Salou got the nose in front, he's going to stay there, and the checkered flag is in sight, and there we have Paul Salou taking that one out. Set this time Brady and Salou. Salou just had the nose in front, I thought, at the time when the green light came on, but look at Rod Brady fight back. Brady on the inside, he's got it. Brady down the back chute, ahead of Paul Salou. Can Brady get through the last 2 turns there? He's going to do it, and around the last turn, Rod Brady takes that one out, ahead of Paul Salou in car number 52. Set this time round, Cockerell eager to get going, the green flag's there. Cockerell with the nose in front as they go into turn number 1. Brady hanging back a little bit, trying to get the run, but I don't think he's going to this time round. Cockerell is just too good. Cockerell looking set, coming around the last couple of corners. Cockerell's going to take it out. There we are. Darren Cockerell and Brims, and looking fairly good as they enter the first turn. Brims on the inside, Cockerell gets left high and wide, and a little bit of loose stuff and lost traction. Brims, the better run down the back chute, and it's going to be in Brims. Come around this time to take this one out, ahead of Darren Cockerell in car number 21. Gartner and Brims. Here we go. Gartner from the inside. Good start there. Takes Brims a little bit of the highway around the track. Brims out in the loose stuff, and he's gone very high, very wide, lost a lot of ground. Gartner comes around, now the top turn, and he's going to take this one from Ian Brims for an early start. Oh, taking Gartner a little bit wide, but Gartner fights back on the outside. Gartner on the outside, but goes wide, and he's washed completely out of it. Gartner's out of the question in this one, so it's going to let Horson take over for an easy win. Gartner again, still high and wide, but way out of contention. On the inside, and Martin Horson. Horson eager to get underway, puts that nose in front. But Yule on the inside, bit of a touch between the two cars. Yule on the inside, he's got the better of Horson this time. Down the back chute again, and both cars into a slide through turn 3, 4. Here comes Yule, lines it up, and down the back chute and collects that checkered flag. And it's going to be very hard work for Barry Yule out there at the moment, up against Peter McCarthy. Peter McCarthy has the nose in front, exit on 2. Now he's got a couple of car lengths lead over Barry Yule, so it's going to be Peter McCarthy to come around and take this one out ahead of Barry Yule. Peter McCarthy gets to stay out onto the track there. Very eager to get underway. There's quite a big green light even went on as well. I thought too much of a lead by Jacobson, but never mind. Peter Jacobson, Peter McCarthy out there. Jacobson in the lead at the moment. McCarthy fighting back, doing what he possibly can, but not successful this time round. Again, Jacobson, here we go. Engines revving, tyres spinning, trying to get as much grip as they can, and Jacobson's the one to succeed. Round the outside of Egan, all of the way, down the back chute, comes down a bit lower, and he's going to take this one out, so it's Peter Jacobson that moment. From the inside, Greg Walling and Peter Jacobson. Walling's got the lead over Jacobson at the moment. He's the man that's been the highest point scorer for the weekend. Will he be able to hold off Jacobson? Oh, there's a big engine failure there by Walling. Walling fighting back on the inside. Jacobson and Walling. Walling on the outside's got it. Oh, what a comeback by Greg Walling. Simply the best. Mick Reed, don't forget the name. If you want Speedway spares, Mick Reed is the man to see. Into it we go, event number 20.
And Phil Obst leads the parade. Shane Best around the outside of him. Bit of shuffling going on. Martin Rams through to third. One right out of contention, John Caldwell. He's back to the tail after Jeff Blackburn, I should say, back to the tail. Phil Obst way out in front. Martin Rams second. Shane Best around the outside. Goes very wide, loses a couple of positions. Just trying to pick up the third car here. And we'll get it as it comes into the straight. Car 39, Graham West. Graham West in the third spot. Now back to fourth is car 13, John Calderwood. Now Shane Best, here's a bit of a bust up here, but the Rabbit of Hold cars on track. Terry Brown got into the back there of car 59, which is Wayne Millman. Another lap down, and Phil Ops making every post the winner. Martin Rams, he's trying to get up inside of Graham West, but Westy held him out. Back to fourth place is John Calderwood, followed in further back in the field by Jeff Blackburn. Car number 7 there is Wayne McLaughlin. Now, problems for the Shane Best car. He has gone to the infield. He is out of contention, Shane Best. I thought there had to be something wrong the way he dropped back early. Anyway, they've got about 10 laps to go, and Phil Obst, he's got his sights here on victory. He's way out in front. Graham West chewing all the chasing in second place. Marty Rams is third. In fourth spot is the 13 car, while John Calderwood being pressurised there by car 22, which is Jeff Blackburn. Calderwood got away from Blackburn, a good gap further back. Wayne McLaughlin, followed in by Terry Brown, and well out of contention now is car 55, Wayne Millman. Well, Phil Obst out in front, but I tell you what, Graham West is making up a wee bit of ground on him. Still got a fair bit to pick up, and he's got 7 laps to do it in. Phil Obst into the straight, 7 laps to go, doing the hard chasing. In second place there, Graham West. In third spot, car number 22, that's Jeff Blackburn. Right behind Jeff Blackburn, we have John Calderwood, followed in by Marty Rams. as Graham West is trying to peel off more ground from Phil Ops, who's still doing it well, as they go in with 5.5 laps to go. Phil Ops, he's led right from the start. Graham West doing all the chasing. Here they come into the straight. Phil Ops ahead of Graham West. In third spot here, car number 13. So now with 4 laps to go, Graham West got a closer side of Phil Ops. In third spot there. Oh, here's another one pulling out, car number 7, and that's Wayne McLaughlin. He's out of contention. Here to come into the straight. Phil Ops leads Graham West. In third spot there is John Calderwood. Terry Brown trying to get inside Martin Rams, and back at the tail in car 22, Jeff Blackburn. Well, Phil Ops, you got 3 laps to do it in. You're still in front. Graham West still on your tail though, so Phil Ops won't want to do anything wrong because Graham West is ready to pounce. In third spot there we had John Calderwood. Terry Brown making a belated dive for that third position. Calderwood knows he's right behind him, followed in by Martin Rams, and still back at the tail, Jeff Blackburn. They've got 1.5 laps to go. This is a consolation. Phil Ops, he's led right from the start. Graham West, do or die effort with 1 lap to go. There's 1 car length in it. Phil Ops, he goes a wee bit wide. Oh, Graham West had a chance, but he didn't have the power to go through on the inside. And Phil Ops zooms away down the back, 2 corners to negotiate, and down to the checkered flag. Phil Ops takes out the consolation. Second car 39, Graham West. 13 was John Calderwood, followed by 9 Terry Brown, 8 Martin Rams, and 22, which was Jeff Blackburn. Greg Walling on the pole. Peter Jacobson now. In fact, oh, I see they're coming out positions 1, 3, 5, 7.
All right. Well, as the cars move off behind the Clark Radiator Pace vehicle, 20 of the best here in Australia all come together here at the Riverview Speedway for the weekend and gone through a grueling 5 rounds of heats to come up with the 20 of the best. You've seen them go through the pole shuffle. Now they've got a mammoth 40-lap final up before them.
Robbie, just quickly, I've been down in the pits talking to some of the guys. Whether they appreciated me talking or not, I don't know, but I've never seen such a bunch of people so psyched up. They've been sitting in their cars now for that entire track grade and ready, belted and suited up, ready to go, and they're really psyched.
Well, I can imagine why. Of course, big things at stake here to go home. Someone, of course, is going to go home, the Australian champ. Who will it be? Will it be any of the front row, the second row? Where will a champ come from? In 40 laps time, we'll be able to tell you where. There we go, the yellow light's off as the cars now bunch up, coming around this time to get a start. And they're off and racing. And away we go for the first turn negotiated there by Greg Walling. The first of 40 laps. Here we go. As they sort themselves out, everybody nice and cleanly through turns 1 and 2. They're already spread out. Have a look at this, Walling there, getting ahead of Jacobson just a little bit. Trevor Mills, after that blown head gasket problem, and also 47 hasn't lost any gap there. He's still in there. So that's Barry Egan. Now he's got a little bit of steering problem there. Peter McCarthy slips in underneath Barry Egan to take over 4th spot. So that's been one of the most major changes in the early part of the race, whilst Greg Walling, who literally goes ahead of car number 78 there in Peter Jacobson, still in 2nd spot. Walling gets off to a good lead. Jacobson 2nd. There's in 3rd spot. Still is Mills. And mind you, there's Egan has fought back and got past Peter McCarthy again. One car up around the high part of turn 2. Scraped the wall a little bit. That was Greg Gardner. Gardner fights back at Barry Yule, I think it is. He's all over the back of the Yule machine. And Rod Brady doing well for the South Australians there. Back through to Salau, then Carlin, back to Hazeldine, and through the field we go. And coming around and not far off, starting to lap the cars at the back of the field is our race leader in Greg Walling. Greg Greg in car number 11 is our race leader, just going through turn number 3 at the moment, underneath Greg Storer. So he's put a lap on Storer already, coming around to put a lap on Paul Sheen. So we've only done something like about 5 or 6 laps, and already our race leaders have overtaken the back markers. So too is Peter Jacobson, looking to put a lap on Storer. Might even do so maybe this time round. The blue flag with the yellow dot indicating there is a faster car coming up behind you. Please make way, so to speak, has been given now to quite a few cars. Our race leaders put it around.
Oh dear.
There's the yellow. Our race leaders brought down the yellow. Wow. Getting these back markers to move up a little bit. And looking for a start this time round. I think we're going to get it. Here we go. Yep, away we go racing again. Car number 76, Peter Jacobson in the lead. Now can Trevor Mills make up ground from there? Trevor Mills has got to get past a couple of lap cars, or he's about to put a lap on the 2 cars in front of him. Jacobson there. And Mills has got to be careful. He just taps the back of Storer. That sort of got him out of shape.
47 got through.
Yes, he did. Now Mills is fighting back at both the now car that he's put a lap on, who's seeming to get in the road of everyone.
Problems here. Number 10 spinning out, and
I'm not really going to start on nose to tail, but here we go. Looking for a start this time, and away we go. Green flag being waved, and on come the green lights. So let's go racing. Trevor Mills into turn 1 and 2. He's now going to fight back to Paul Egan to get past, having lost that second spot to him. Paul Sheen, I hope he doesn't create too many problems there. A lap car in the middle of the front runners. So too is Dora. Back out a few cars as the vehicles start to sort themselves out. And there's a couple who have a bit of a touch in there. Hazeldean. Okay, all nose to tail. Nothing really super duper happening in any given area, but folks, keep your eyes peeled. Anything can happen. There's a long way to go yet. We've done something like about 13 laps of a 40-lap final. Peter Jacobson, our race leader. Paul Sheen in a lap down. And then it goes back to number 47, Paul Egan. Still Trevor Mills trying to chip away to get up into that second spot. But Peter McCarthy has come from back a few spots up into 4th position at the moment. And in behind him is Ian Brims. A bit of a gap then to the next place getter is Martin Hawson in car number 10. Back then to Greg Gardner, and then way back to Barry Yule in car number 48. And of course the rest sort themselves out. Now race leader has already gone underneath the starting line. Commentary position once again. Okay, let's scan around the other side and see what's happening. Well, the cars are still circulating, doing very nicely. Our race leader can complete yet another lap. Well, they're starting to get spread out. You nearly can't be told off for forgetting who's what, when, where, why and how. But, gee, there's plenty of action wherever you look, that's for sure. Still Trevor Mills edging away at Paul Egan, but not able to get up into that second spot. Now there's a retirement. Car number 41.
Neil Howard is out.
Right, so Neil Howard is out of this one. Have a look back there, Peter, in 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. These guys are so close, but that, of course, with these guys fighting, has allowed our race leader to get further ahead of the field. And, of course, our race leader, Peter Jacobson, still holding on to 2nd spot, is Paul Egan, Trevor Mills, Peter McCarthy, and then Ian Brims. That 4 are very, very close. Not one of them will want to make a mistake for fear the other will take their spot. Okay, through the pit turn. And by gee, Greg Walling's made up a lot of ground, but there's a lot of ground for him to still make up as well. There's our race leader to complete yet another lap. Here we go. We're not far off halfway mark. Well, Peter Jacobson just setting sail out in the lead there. He's weaving his way through and around traffic, not getting any major hold-ups whatsoever at the moment. Still that big gap between our leader, Peter Jacobson, and 2nd place getter.
Robbie, if I could just interrupt.
Yes.
There's a lot of steam coming out the bottom of the number 3 Brady car.
What about over this side? Going into turn number 1, the car that's had a head gasket problem, Trevor Mills. A lot of smoke coming from the underside of that vehicle as well. And there's still a long way to go in this race. Now too, Paul Sheen is puffing a bit of smoke. How long can these cars go with the amount of smoke that seems to be coming from the cars? We'll have to wait and see. Some of these cars have had their problems for the weekend. Some have gone through super smooth. And Trevor Mills is one that's run up against a brick wall on a couple of occasions. Earlier on tonight, a head gasket, like we just said. Now it's not looking good for him. More smoke the further he goes. Peter McCarthy tucked in behind him. Rod Brady, he's going to be a retirement. He's out of it. Rod Brady to the infield. Paul Sheen there still puffing a bit of smoke. Oh, look at Trevor Mills. Seems to be keeping up with race speed, but more and more smoke coming from that race vehicle. He's, I reckon, even holding up Peter McCarthy and Ian Brims because he's dropped back a little bit from second place getter in Paul Egan. Now, our race leader is still going further and further ahead. The further the race progresses, he's coming up onto slower cars, but doesn't appear to having too many problems in getting his way through. And there's a spin down on turn 1 and 2. The yellow comes on. That's Martin Horson brought down the yellow. Line out looking for a run this time round. And looking good, and off we go racing. Peter Jacobson, our race leader, then back to second spot there. 47 is Paul Egan. Now, of course, the two cars in front of Paul Egan are lapped vehicles. Back there, the smoky Trevor Mills, Peter McCarthy, Ian Brims. Then the next couple of cars coming around, it would have to be Storer, a lap down, Horson, Yule. 56 there is Graham Earhart. Then back to the man that was leading the race earlier on tonight. Turned it around, now he's coming through the field again in Craig Walling. And then, of course, the tail enders over the other side. They're going through turn 3 at the moment. Another clean lap put down by all drivers coming around Peter Jacobson. Have a look at the way he's just handling that car now. He's got a lot of fresh air in front of him. A lot of laps he'll be able to get under his belt between now and when he gets up to the lap vehicles. When he puts a lap on some more vehicles coming up very shortly. Gee, the smoke coming out of the Trevor Mills car is, I'm sure, getting worse and worse the further he goes, and yet it hasn't affected the speed of the car at all at the moment. He's still being able to pedal that vehicle quite nicely. He's holding Peter McCarthy and Ian Brims at bay. McCarthy and Ezra coming together with a couple of cars. Paul Sheen and car number 24 there in Andrew Harrison. Now,
have a look at this battle with Brims getting up inside McCarthy, who's trying to get up inside Mills.
Yes.
Have a look at this threesome. And I'll tell you what, I don't know how much longer Mills' car can keep going.
Well, you'd have to wonder how much longer, Peter. Well, here we are, Peter.
McCarthy's through.
Yeah, McCarthy's taken over a third spot ahead of Trevor Mills. And, of course, Ian Brims is going to just keep chipping away to see what he can do in the remaining laps too. Bumper to bumper as they come down the main straight that time round. Well, Peter Jacobson, let's have a look up the pointy end again. Jacobson doing it ever so easily. Second spot there is Egan.
Look at the 25 car. Talk about smoke and Joe. Oh, here's a bust up. Trevor Mills pushed to the outside fence by car 10.
Righto. Now, then we go back to Peter McCarthy coming around the pit turn at the moment. Okay, he's in third spot. Fourth goes to Ian Brims. Horson is in fifth. And have a look who's running in sixth place. Greg Walling. He's come a long way through the field. Very, very fast car. Very experienced driver. And over the underside, straight there, is a man that's in all sorts of bother. Car number 25, Paul Sheen.
I think he's looking for a gap to come infield, but he can't find one. Now, he might be able to duck in here.
Out now.
No, he's staying out. But what about Trevor Mills has called it a 9, and he's put up a great performance to last this long.
He certainly has.
That car was missing very badly for about 3 laps. I'm astounded it kept going as long as it did. It couldn't have had a lot of oil left in it.
Well,
and the Paul Sheen car let go in a big way in turn 3, just a lap or so before that, and he's trying to get in, but he can't.
Yeah.
He's just having problems. He's doing the right thing, staying wide, but there's just not enough gap out there for
Only
him.
a lap to go, boys.
Well, there we are.
Peter Jacobson.
Well, that 39 laps has gone fairly quickly anyway, so it's going to be a Peter Jacobson win anyway.
just missed him.
Okay.
Boy, oh boy, and there he goes, home to win.
Well, no, not necessarily.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Now we're going to have to line up and do it all over again. Oh, Peter Jacobson over the other side there. Very eager to get this last lap over and done with. Here we go. 1 lap to go, guys. Hang it on, hang it in there. You'll be right. What's going to happen in this last lap? Peter Jacobson, looks like all positions will stay exactly as they are. 78, 47, 46, 76, 10 and 11. That's the way I saw them go over the line. She's all over Red Rover. Peter Jacobson, the new Australian champion. Put your hands together for Peter Jacobson. Here he is about to be handed the Australian flag to do a victory lap. And he deserves it. Well done. Peter Jacobson about to move off. Put your hands together for him, folks. They're just waiting for the all clear to come through. 15.4 seconds for the last lap. 1 lap only there for 15.4. The way I saw them go over the line was car number 78, Peter Jacobson. In second spot was car number 47, was Paul Egan. In third spot, Peter McCarthy in car number 46. And 76 was Ian Brims in fourth, correct, with Martin Hawson and Greg Gartner. So we're just waiting, as I say, for the all clear to come through. 78, 47, 46, 76, the first 4 place getters. There we go, Peter Jacobson about to hand back the Australian flag, the new national champ. Number 47, Paul Egan. In third, car number 46, Peter McCarthy. And number 76, Ian Brims, rounding off the top 4.
Daryl Fishlock and, of course, back at the rear, Rob Stevens. And we've got a start. And quickly, coming across, car 55 has sprung in. And the stacks are plenty. And, away from Pearson. But the way the Wordley car's been going, I'm sure Pearson will head him off early. In fact, he does. No problem at all for Steve Pearson. Jason Sloper gets to say, there's more trouble. Spinning out Doug Blanchine. They all missed him. And Andrew Keane is behind the slower car of Wordley. And you'll see Sloper go around the outside as Pearson takes the lead. Sloper follows him, Barry Wordley, Andrew Keane, Steve Vaughan. They round this corner. Well, you wouldn't believe it. They got round the corner clear. The leader's, I was going to say broken down. He's run out of juice or something. And, well, at least he's able to go to the infield. And John Burton will probably find out what's happened to the Steve Pearson machine. After all that, he only didn't even lead for 1 lap. And Andrew Keane is our leader. Stephen Murphy through to second, Sloper third, then Steve Vaughan. Dave Hately making a charge right around the outside. And look at Hately go. He's gone for about 6 spot into third. Now Nev Hall trying to get through the pack. Sloper went wide. Holding Nev Hall in there was David Harding, who's all over the place. Nev Hall has spun out. He's gone to the infield. And the light's on again. Where are we looking? Doug Blanchine's gone to the infield.
Have a look.
All right, well, whilst you're doing that, let's go back racing.
Andrew Keane, Steve Murphy, Dave Hately, Jason Sloper, Steve Vaughan, Steve Johnson, Daryl Fishlock and Barry Wordley back at the tail. Okay, there seem to be 100 cars starting in this race, but there are not many left. And Andrew Keane out in front. Steve Murphy doing the chasing with Dave Hately. Now King goes a wee bit wide. Murphy tries to get up inside of him. Dave Hately seems to be in a hurry to get home because he's really pushing these 2 front runners. A good long gap, Jason Sloper, Steve Vaughan, Steve Johnson, Daryl Fishlock and Barry Wordley into the back. Steve Murphy getting a bit of a touch from Dave Hately, who goes out wide into the slower or the deeper section of the track. And it's Still Andrew Keane leading now. Steve Murphy getting up inside of him. Has he got the toe? No, Keane has got the speed. He cuts down. Dave Haley persisting with that run round the outside. Keane went wide. Steve Murphy through on the inside. He's got up level. Steve Murphy, and there's a pile up on pit corner. Oh dear, what's going to happen? These guys going to be able to slow? And Andrew Keane.
Wow.
Oh, the demo derby. Here they go. Andrew Keane goes a wee bit wide. Stephen Murphy, Dave Haley. Here they go into a turn 1-2. Andrew Keane leads. Murphy hunts up on the inside. Haley will go around the outside. He's not getting a lot of joy, Haley, although, oh gee, Murphy's got up on the inside. Is Haley going to follow him through? No, he goes around the outside of Keane. Now hang on, there's a spin up. Oh gee. Here we go. And Sloper.
Jason Sloper absolutely hit him mid-chips, Peter.
And here they go. Keane goes wide. Haley gets quickly through to second. And he'll be out after Stephen Murphy. Now Murphy leads, but Dave Haley's out after.
Look at the inside front wheel on the Vaughan machine, Peter.
Oh,
it's completely
it's looking
ripped away.
at me. It's looking right at me going down the straight.
Yep. Yellow light.
The yellow light's on because he'll have to come off the track.
Not
the
sure.
light's out. And they're away again. I think this is about take 7. Steve Murphy, Dave Haley, Andrew Keane, Daryl Fishlock, and Barry Wortley going round for the ride. Now Andrew Keane goes wide, and Daryl Fishlock tries to get up inside of him, and I think he's going to be able to do it this time, although Andrew Keane puts the boot down and still holds third place. But Stephen Murphy is getting away from Dave Haley. Andrew Keane still coursing wide. Now he cuts down to the pole line. Fishlock trying to get up inside of him. And a long gap then to Barry Wortley, with Stephen Murphy out in front. Oh, Haley's got it all out of sorts on turn 1 and 2. And he's lost the position as Andrew Keane goes to second. Dave Haley back to third. Now the Keane and Haley machines side by side. The pressure's right on here. And while this is going on, Stephen Murphy's getting right away from him. Now Haley gets a move on again. Gets up inside of Andrew Keane. Fishlock nearly runs into the back sides. Here they come into the straight. They've only got 2 and a bit laps to go. And Steve Murphy well out in front. Fishlock trying to make a run round the outside of Keane and Haley. Haley's all over the track. He goes inside, outside, trying to get that second position back. And they've only got a lap and a half to go. And it's Stephen Murphy. Andrew Keane desperately holding second. Dave Haley trying ever so hard, and so is Daryl Fishlock. Only a lap to go. And it's all Stephen Murphy. Oh, Keane goes very wide. Allows Haley through the inside. Bad move, Andrew Keane. Haley gets through. Daryl Fishlock. Oh, dear. He turns Andrew Keane side on. And, oh, we've got to run another lap.
Can we find the checkered flag? Yes, we got one.
Got one, yeah. Otherwise it'd be take 8.
Boys.
Thanks, Robbie. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Before we actually make the presentations, I'd like to introduce to you Mr. Ivan Golding, the president of the Murray Bridge Club. And Ivan just wants to say a few words.
First of all, I'd like to thank you, the public, for coming out. All the drivers from all over Australia. Des and his crew from the Australian Saloon Car Federation, I'll get it right. Being a motorcycle man, I forgot that. And once again, Moston for a beautiful track. And congratulations to the winners. And I'd like to hand over to Des to say a few words now.
Thanks very much, Ivan. I'd just like to thank Ivan Golding and Moss Buchanan and their club members and committee for putting on a magnificent event. Takes a bit to collect the dough, first of all, to be able to afford it, and then the intestinal fortitude to put it forward, beat all other contenders, and then put on a magnificent race. Above anything else, I'd like to thank competitors for putting on a truly sportsman-like event, and thank you very much to the public for attending, and thanks for supporting the ASCF, and of course Riverview Speedway. Thanks very much. Thanks, John.
Thanks, Des. Des Alfarovich, ladies and gentlemen, from the Australian Saloon Car Federation, representing the national body for this meeting. Okay, presentation time, and Fourth position, of course, went to car 76, Ian Brims of Queensland. Come on, mate, you've gone 40 laps. You can step up here. Up here. There you go. Few words?
Yes, it was a very good race. I started back a little and I was seeing a lot what was happening in the front, but there's nothing I could do, and congratulations to Peter for winning. Also to Spider, Paul and Spider. I think everyone really drove well. I'd like to thank also my pit crew, Peter. He worked very hard through the weekend and previous weeks, and I'd just like to thank him and also the family for coming down. Also to Moz for putting up a great track for the future.
Ian, I think also we'd like to thank you people for making that long trip from Queensland.
It's always good to go to a new track and test our skills against the other local drivers, and it's always a pleasure to come to a new one.
Well done. Ian Brims, ladies and gentlemen. Third position, of course, went to someone we were used to seeing here on a regular basis and cleaning up. Tonight, third place, Peter McCarthy in car 46 from Victoria. They played tough tonight, Pete, didn't they?
They certainly did. It was a good race. Congratulations to all the other competitors. It was a good, clean race. Thanks to Murray Bridge for having the title here. They dished up a good meeting, a good track. Thanks to my sponsors, Ron Solomon Motors, St Rosie Batteries, etc. And thanks to all the supporters from Mildura to come across. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. It's always good to see you here. Second place with a big battle was car 47, Paul Egan from the ACT. Paul, first, how many Australian titles have you competed in?
4, but this is the first time I blew a motor on Friday night, but this is the first one I've finished, so I'm wrapped.
Of course, you popped one in practice, didn't you?
Yeah, we blew a motor Friday night. Very, very big thanks to Max Carling. I want everyone on the hill to go and give him a pat on the back for me. He lent me a motor on Friday night, and it's run like a clock, so thanks very much, Max.
Good on you, Paul. Max is not talking to him now, by the way.
Yeah, I'd also... very special thanks to Brett Pulford on my crew. He comes with me everywhere. Rod, Perry, Ricky Clark, Dickie, all the guys in the pits. Thanks very much.
Good on you, Paul. Congratulations. Yep. And the winner of the Australian Saloon Car Federation's national title goes to car 78, Peter Jacobson of Victoria. Peter, of course, won it in 1993. I like standing alongside winners, Pete. I don't get to do this very often. Would you like to thank some people and say a few words?
Yeah, no worries. First of all, I'd like to thank Murray Bridge for putting the race on. There was a few doubts that the track was wide enough or anything, but it turned out pretty good in the end. I know there was some knockers in the pits and all the rest, but I think as it worked out, it's all right for me to stand up and say it, but it wasn't a bad track, and they've done extremely well, and all compliments to them. I'd like to thank my sponsors, Valvoline, OAMs, Sander, Motion Exhaust, Clyde Eddy for all the effort he puts in. The other competitors, I'll go through all the boys, Paul helped me all through the week, fantastic job, Survey, Russell, every night. Mark come especially down from Melbourne and last weekend and this weekend, and they all run around all weekend and did a good job. My family, my wife, my kids, Ange, Steve McDonald, and Fiona, Steve come to help us this weekend. And all the other competitors, Brimsey, Spider, Paul Egan, and all the other blokes, especially for Greg Walling. I know exactly what he's going through at the moment, but that's the way racing goes. He put in, and sometimes you can make a blue because you've got a split second to work it out. I sort of can't think of too many others, but if I've missed somebody, I'm very sorry. Millsy, I thought, was on the hot all weekend. He was, and had a few engine troubles, and it's a bit of a shame because it would have been a real good race if we all had to start up the front and got moving. Thanks very much.
Well done, Peter. Let's hear one more big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all the competitors, and especially these four, and of course our winner, Peter Jacobson. Thank you.
Down their trackside at the moment, and of course, as per normal, these guys will be doing a victory lap. So speaking of victory laps, here we go.
Also, ladies and gentlemen, the man that's standing on the back of the trailer in the green and the gold shirt is Max Gillum. He has been the national representative and the chief steward for this meeting, and this is about the only time the boys are ever happy to see him.
Well, as the song's saying, Peter, they're the best, all right. Peter Jacobson, Paul Egan, Peter McCarthy and Ian Brims. Congratulations, fellas. There must be.
Kemp, 77 Robert Kemp.
Find the demo and enter your Valiant.
Now, what number is that? 37.
I don't know whether any of us are real worried about numbers. I'm sure that each and every person here tonight just thoroughly enjoys coming and seeing these guys wreck each other, or wreck each other's car, I should say. And of course we must pay compliments to those that go right out of their way to put the sort of time and effort into preparation of these cars as they do.
Well, somebody's getting a rip-roaring cheer squad out there.
There's a cheer squad, but who are they going for? What number? Yell it out.
I don't know, I'm looking for Reg Anderson. Is he in tonight?
Flag, whatever. We couldn't work out exactly what the fan club was all about.
23, Brian Freeman.
Well, here we go.
Yeah, there he goes.
Well, there's plenty
of...
Oh,
dear.
And he's going to come it first time round too. Look at this, right in front of us, no fear. And number 13, make a good old sort of a coming together. Too close, John.
Yeah, well, the 23 car, of course, has got Reg's number, so it must be the same cheer squad.
Yeah, I think so. Brian Freeman. Oh, look at the smoke from the 55 car over the back straight.
All right, car number 55 over there is in all sorts of bother, and no doubt there's a lot of bother with a few other cars out there. Some might have even died already.
I reckon that big black one up by the pit gate's ready to go home. Well, has not moved.
Well, he's going to be first out the pit gates, isn't he?
Yep, and I reckon some of the rules have got to hit a car every
couple of minutes, I think, Peter.
Yep.
Well, I wonder if this one down in front of us is going to move off as well. Is that
car 23 just copped a beauty in the front there. From car 80. Oh, they're all gang. Oh, what's happened here? Is there a car in amongst that? Yeah, there's a red-coloured car there somewhere.
Yeah, but look at the mess it's in already. And gets another whack in from behind.
And there's a bit
There's
of
a
fire.
I
There's
think
fire
down
there.
On turn number 4.
Turn 4. There is fire coming out of that red, I think it's a utility.
200B or 200, that very, very wrecked looking vehicle in the middle there. But
Hope the driver's okay. There's not much left of the vehicle, I can give you the tip. He got hit left, right and centre. I think 3 of them hit him at once.
Oh, what a mess. Yeah. Okay, well, we just check out this fire situation.
All a goer, the ones that can move.
What, the officials or the cars, you mean?
Oh, I'm sure the officials will move.
I'm sure they will. They're all hitting centre field, and no doubt, because have a look at the action that's going around the track perimeter. Peter, it is so hard to watch, isn't it? A demo derby with so many cars, and they're spread out from one end to the other. Which do you hone in on and watch first?
Yeah.
That's the decision.
Here they come.
Here they come, and whoa, these couple of utes up here on turn 1 just missed each other. They lined each other up, but to no avail. So they're heading off and finding some more victims over there on
there's
turn
a good
2.
pile up on turn 2.
Here in front of us, another utility's moving away. 06 or 08, is it?
06. And he's going to give 07 a nice old short back and sides.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, have a look at this pile up on turn 4, would you? Now, here's Magsy, just climbed into car 23. And car 23, back wheel spinning, can't move. They're locked together. Now what's going on in turn 1? The 07 car just got a building there. Now .05, he seems to be going all right as he charges into 87. Now what's this 74 car? Seems to be travelling okay, the ute.
And it doesn't even really look what you'd call damaged either.
Maybe he's been smart and just been keeping out of the way and just nudging other cars.
Well, if you can get away with it, you're pretty right. But there's a couple of cars in front of us that had a nice old sort of a nudge.
Car 35 gives the 38 car a bit of a nudge, and here's no fear. No. Oh, he missed them.
No fear.
Oh, what's going on here? 88 car coming 100 mile an hour. Oh, and there's a turnover.
Down on
turn 4.
And back on their wheels
back on
again.
his wheels.
Righto,
and
let's go.
he gives a wave. Everything's okay. Give a wave.
So if we can...
I know everybody's getting excited, but can you move away from that safety fence, please? They won't restart till you move away. Well, it's up to you. They won't restart till you move away from the safety fence.
So we'll see how many can fire up and get underway this time round. Well, we've lost a couple down here on turn number 4 after that coming together with those vehicles. Whoa, smash crash down here on turn 4 in and amongst these other broken down ones. A couple of utes come together at the pit fence.
35 just made a mess of this blue utility here.
Yeah, a couple of...
Oh, and now he's copped.
A couple of spare parts laying down here on the track as well, a bumper or 3. Nose to tail here in front of us, Peter.
Oh, and .05 just was the ham and the sandwich there from 87 and also the CDK ute there. Now, what's happening down the back? Oh, here's a go.
Oh, so close.
Oh, and he missed and he hit the wall.
Bit of an embarrassment, that one.
Yeah, here's number 16 coming down to turn 4 here. Car... I don't know if it's 150 or $1.50 car down there.
Well, Brian Freeman certainly picked the ideal spot to park his car. He may not have got a long way through the demo derby, but with the Reg Anderson number on the top of the car there, parked in front of the Reg Anderson fan club, a good place to park there, Brian.
$1.50 is the market value of that car after this event, Peter.
Well, is that what it is?
Gee, and you're paying top money there too.
Right. Look at this little ute coming round into the main straight. Now he's going into reverse, the little yellow and black ute.
Well, once upon a time it was a big ute, Peter.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, here he goes.
Oh, just sneaks in, touches another vehicle, And the other one comes in along the side, does exactly the same.
Car 16 getting a bump from 41, so he puts it in reverse and says the 41 car, you want it, you're going to get it, buddy. That CDK ute, by gee, he's pushing a few of them out the road. And there's the $1.50, the big white ute over there, pushing the 2011 car around. Now, what's happening here? Oh, 74.
16 and 8 have a nice sort of a coming together there. And in on the scene comes number 80. And have a look at the back of the 80 ute. Isn't that just poked up in the air?
And he's chasing the other ute, 74. I reckon he's out after him.
Well, I was just about to say that the majority of the action is happening up on turns 1 and 2. Well, so in fact it is. But of course these guys that are heading through the pit turn at the moment now see that the activity is happening up the other way, so they're heading back that way. Now, what have we got in front of us? Number 8. Or 80. No, 8.
James Garner.
All right, one of the Garners.
And car 16 there is David Haldenby.
Oh, there's a couple coming together on turn 1 here. Put the ute sideways. There's a tip from the side. Oh, and another one just hit 41. Oh, here's the ute, number 80, back in front of us again.
Yeah, but that ute of number 74, Matthew Sullivan, he's going down the back straight now. I think he'd been probably the cagiest driver. He keeps hitting cars, but he's only touching them. See that? He just touches them, so he's still going.
Right.
Now, you better move out the way before that big thing...
Someone's going to line him up.
Yeah. Now, the other ute...
Hey guys, you know the sad thing about seeing all these Valiants being crushed out here?
Well, is there a sad thing about it? If
No,
so, tell us.
nothing.
Right. Yeah. Well, they're a very, very popular car when it comes to demo derbies.
Here's the CDK utility. I think it's a utility. Going down the back straight.
Well, how many have we still got going, Peter? Have you added them up at all? We've got
I reckon
3,
there's about
6.
half a dozen.
Yeah, about 6 still going. Everything's
It's
fairly
amazing.
dead.
There's 3 utes going over there.
Right.
And of course the 74. It's marvellous how some of them come to life. You reckon they're gone and the next minute they move.
Fire up and away they go. They seem to get their second wind and off they go again.
And they're not like modified drivers. They don't need an orange light to get going again either, see?
No, you're right there.
Oh.
They must have better visibility than we got.
1500 car. Gee, the big black car. He is copping it from every side. Have a look at that ute.
John just talking about visibility within a demo derby car. I'm sure they've got no visibility. That'd be more like it.
The ute just stranded himself on somebody else's bumper bar. He's beached it.
Oh, beached it, has he? Going nowhere.
Now, who's moving and who's not? Car 41, is it? Do we have a 41? Yeah, almost no fear still going. He was a late inclusion. There's that blue utility going up. Takes care of the big white ute. Oh, shit. Talk about carnage. The 07 car still going. That's Laurie. He usually comes for all the demo derbies. Does Laurie? He's pretty experienced.
Yes, by now you could say he's been around in 1 or 3. Had a few victories over his years.
And that 87 car, I don't know if it's dead yet. No, it's still moving. That's Andrew Gravel. Although it might have decided...
Might have expired now, I think, Pete.
And have a look at me, a little 74 ute still going down the back.
Yeah, pretty.
And that's Matthew Sullivan. I don't know if he's hit anybody for a while, but as I mentioned before, he just seems to sideswipe them. Oh, now he's doing the dirty deed on 16.
Well, down here in front of us, they seem to have moved from 2 back here into turn 1 now. And Sullivan coming around.
Yeah,
and,
see?
Oh, just punts them back into that one there.
He just does enough, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Very cagey driver. Very cagey is Matthew Sullivan.
I would reckon he's probably been to a few speedways and watched some before today.
The 8 car, there's almost no fear in 41. Now that 8 car's after Matthew Sullivan, spins him around. Almost no fear, into him.
Oh, just a nice little kiss on the front corner.
Hello, how are you?
Yes, and away they go, move up. Well,
now, almost
Sullivan
no
does,
fear,
yes.
hammered a sandwich. Matthew Sullivan going backwards down the back. Out after this other one. Oh, that was close. What's this $1.50 still going? He's worth about $10 now with all these cars stopped. Now here's 74.
Oh, so close.
Yeah, but
They're hunting in packs over the back here.
I reckon the guy, well, for mine, the guy that's driven that Ute 74's really used his scon tonight. Look, little dunt. I'm just going to push you, you know.
Just a tap.
Yeah, I've touched the car, so I'm still alive. He's still going. Here's the 07 car. 07 is Laurie. He's still going. 41, almost no fear. Now our 74 car here, he better start getting up to touch some cars. He's getting a bit away from the action. But he's got to hit every 2 minutes, so come on, Matthew, you've done a great job so far, don't blow it. There's only 2, 4, 5, oh, gee. I reckon there's only 3, 4 left now. Oh, now the 87 wakes up. Have a look at that ute over there. How is that moving?
It's just, I
How
just
is it
don't
moving?
know. It is amazing with the sort of bends that these cars do get, and how they move beats me. But never mind, some of them are out there still moving. That's the idea of it. And we've got to keep on going for a little bit longer yet until we come right down to the wire. We only want one winner, and that's all we're looking for. Who's it going to be? Out of the ones that are still going, it's just so hard to pick at the moment.
Well, you got 87 still going well. Andrew Gravel. You got Matthew Sullivan. Car number 8, that blue utility.
8 would be one of the
I
Garners.
think that's James Garner. 87, of course.
87 is
Andrew
Andrew
Gravel.
Gravel.
The big one over there is 1500, is it? Like, or 150.
150.
150. Andrew Blatchford.
Right. I reckon Blatchford's just about died in that area there. No, he's trying hard to move. What's happening down here
Now,
on turn
Matthew
number 1?
Sullivan's still going, and
Yep.
also car number 8, James Garner.
Yeah, but they're just sort of playing around
but
there and
Matthew's,
just touching.
Oh, Matthew's doing the wrong thing. He's getting clobbered in the front. These 3 over here still going. 87, Andrew Gravel, and almost no fear, 41. Oh, gee, stop quickly then. But
Okay, now what's happened to 150? Has that one finished? Retired? Blatchford? Andrew Blatchford over the other side there. Is it going to move anymore?
I think it just wriggled but didn't
No,
actually
I
move.
think that's about it. So we've got 2 over there still going.
And we got 2 over this corner, turn 1, but I think the 8 cars got it over the...
Blatchford stoked it up again.
Oh, still going.
All right, so we're watching
Oh.
Garner down here in turn 1. Has Garner put paid to Sullivan?
Now, this car 8 wants to get himself mobile and get around that back straight. Car number 8. And according to us, that is James Garner. Car 150, Andrew Blatchford. 87, Andrew Gravel.
And 41, I think you're looking for.
Almost no fear.
Well, that's the 4 that are still going, folks. 41, we've had the word is disqualified, so a very brave official over there.
Ute.
Someone like to tell him quick.
The Ute's making a move down the top here, Terry. Robbie, your old favourite bent yellow and black Ute's moving again.
Well, how far is it going to move, though, John?
They've got to hit every 2 minutes. I think he's
I think time would,
probably dead.
time would be nearly against him.
I reckon we're looking at 87 and 8.
150 is
150
still actually going. Andrew Blatchford, Andrew Gravel, and James Garner, the 3 runners that are still out there going. How they're going, we don't know, but never mind, they're still going.
I don't know if that 150 can get around the other 2 to hit them. It just seems to be
Going.
rocking into one spot.
You're right too.
I don't think he can move it.
Nah, he's
So?
actually still moving, but
You've got to hit another car that's mobile, so
yep,
I reckon it's between James Garner in the 8 car and
87.
87.
Andrew Greville. And there we go, a touch between the two of them. Wasn't real hard, but it was enough. Come on, guys, we want one big one to fix one of you up.
Well,
James Garner in the ute. And Andrew Greville now. I reckon they're trying to... Oh, Greville was anyway, trying to back away, or front away, and then back into each other.
who's cheering for the 87 car?
Yeah, quite a few.
And what about the number 8 ute?
Oh,
the ute has it.
There's more out there going for the ute.
Well. Something seemed to stall there. No, they're both still going. Let's hear it for him. The other one's chickening out. He's running away. No, he's coming back.
The 87 car hasn't got the breath to run away. It's running on about 2, I think, at the moment. It's breathing a bit heavy.
Here they go. Well, he's hitting the wrong end, isn't he?
Should be putting his efforts into the front now.
Into the front, yeah, now.
Turned around
That's
now.
a bit better.
Touch on between the two of them. Garner again backs off. Greville not scared to go in nose first. They're not prepared to go apart from each other to get a decent enough run up.
I think Johnny Burton was right. I don't think they've got the energy.
Well, you can't hardly blame them, can you? What a marvellous job they've done to have lasted this far.
You're not wrong.
And it's been a great demo derby with all these others down here in front of us and around from us and down on the pit turn. It's spread all over the place.
The Ute's starting to get aggressive. Is he the only goer?
Well, we might have to just wait for a few seconds to see if, in fact, Greville can fire up. Oh, Garner coming in for the kill.
Garner's going to give him the kill. Oh, he missed him.
No, just touch the back end there.
I think he's just going to square up for one last dash. Watch this. Let's hear it for him.
Here we go.
Good night. Yay. And I reckon Andrew Greville.
Well, there's a fire under the 87 car, guys.
There it is. What?
The red light's on. There's a fire there, so Greville out of the car.
Out of the car.
I reckon we must have a winner if that be the case. What do you think, folks?
Number 8.
We haven't seen a checkered flag yet.
Yeah! Number 8, the winner. The checkered flag given to him.
Well, he had to be, of course.
It was only one moving.
That's for sure. Well, what a fantastic effort.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you have enjoyed all of the entertainment given to you tonight. We started at 6 o'clock. We've been going for a long, long time. And don't forget, we're back here in a fortnight's time.
And, of course, we do look forward to you company back here at Riverview Speedway in a fortnight's time. And just to fill you in, of course, with what's happening here on the 12th of April, the SA Modified Rod Championship. And, of course, that will be including the rural city of Murray Bridge Perpetual Trophy. This is donated by Peter Lewis, the MP for Murray Bridge, and the Murray Bridge Glass one-lap dash for cash for the modified rods, together with...